Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am so glad to be here with you again this week. And thank you for joining us in Advocacy Arena. Our normal co host is not going to be with us today. She has some family emergency that she is dealing with, and please lift her and her family in prayer as they navigate this. But I am so glad that Miss Danny has offered to be my co host, and grateful to her for. Again, answering the call on such short notice. I appreciate her so very much, and I appreciate all of you. I am thinking that Mark will be here as well, and I will make him a second co host, which I normally don't have, but I know there are a lot of things that have gone on that many of you have been discussing. It's been like this past week has felt like a month. It's been a crazy week. I've had my own family personal issues that I've been dealing with, but also just collectively as a nation, as citizens in this country, it's been a lot. So we come here every week to get into some good trouble, make some noise, and to reaffirm our commitment to doing what we can where we are with what we have to save our democracy. And I appreciate all of you joining us continually in this initiative. So without further ado, I would like my co host to have an opportunity to say hello, and we'll get the conversation started.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Ms. D. Thank you for allowing me to co-host with you in the guest spot. I too am sending love, comfort, and strength to our good sister Gwen, soul sister. Um, Unfortunately, life doesn't care sometimes, so it can hit you like a ton of bricks. So, just want to send her all the comfort and support that she may need right now, and to everyone else in the room that may be having, some their own personal battles that they're all facing. Yeah, news media has been, uh, they've been at it. They've been on it for the last couple of weeks now. I had a doctor's appointment last week, so I wasn't able to come into the space last week. So yeah, I imagine there's a lot that we can get into and talk about. So whenever you're ready, Miss D.
All right. Well, because today is President's Day, I would like us to kind of start off talking about that. And I would just like to bring attention to, give honor and praise to one of my favorite presidents, probably because I am a veteran, as most of you know, and that is President Jimmy Carter, who, you know, God willing, he lives to be 100, here in October this year. And today or yesterday made a year that he was placed in hospice, and he is still with us. And I kind of want to talk a little bit about that. I have a few things that I'm going to throw in the jumbotron for us to discuss. I've loaded a lot of articles, so if you guys take a look at my timeline, you will see many of them. I hope we'll get around to discussing a lot of them. Oh, here's Mark. So my other fabulous co-host has joined us. I'm so thankful. But one of the things that I would like to say in honoring President Carter is that he was a one-term president. And it kind of reminds me of, I don't want this to be the case for our current president, but he got a lot of stuff done in that 1 year. I mean, so much. Mark, I sent you invite for co-host. Let me try to resend it. Okay, hang on just a second, you guys. Let me do some housekeeping here. Okay, I think he's got it. Great. Look at this. I love it, love it, love it. So, I made some notes and forgive me, like I said, it's been a rough week personally and just as an American citizen, a lot has happened. But I have a video from YouTube that I wanted, I posted on my timeline. I'll put it up in the nest in a moment. But I'm going to give Mark an opportunity to say hello and welcome him to the space today and his co host. And again, like Danny, he entered the call at the last minute. I love you guys. You are awesome. But so before I do that, let me allow Mark to say hello, and then we'll go back to President Jimmy Carter to kick our President's Day space off, and then I'll share a little bit of some Black history that I promised I would share with you guys every month, and this is local, and then I have some national Black history facts and these, I hope, will highlight some of the many accomplishments of our great African American women, especially since the past week we had a great American woman in Georgia who really took a lot of flack unnecessarily and had her character impugned, but she rose to the task to defend herself very well. So, Mark, why don't you just say hello to everyone while I kind of get some of these housekeeping things in order here?
Yeah, hello. Happy Monday. Happy President's Day. And we had a big week. We had a ended the last week with a bang, with a judgment, and so I'm day. And I actually, with President's Day, it's going to be presidents find out they don't have absolute immunity week. So that's how we're starting it all off. But yeah, I'm down here, and the weather's gotten back to normal, even though it was pretty cold this morning, 60s and 70s. I hope here on out. So I'm very happy. And be here as well to discuss democracy and the importance of things that are going on with this country of ours, this representative democracy that we have, and people trying to reduce it to authoritism and fascism. So I'm happy to give some updates legally and politically, and happy to be here. Thanks, Dee. And with that, I
Okay.
will
Um,
close my opening.
all right. Okay. Check your mic, Mark. I'm not sure. We're getting a little static feedback. I'm not sure what you're using, but if you could just kind of check that because you always share such great insights and important information. And I don't want anyone to miss a thing.
Were
So,
you able to hear, or you can't hear?
yeah, yes, I can hear you, but it was like you were kind of getting faint. And then there seems to be like a little rattle kind of noise in there. I'm not sure what kind of speakers or, headphones or earbuds you're using.
Got it.
So, okay. All right. So, going back to starting off with President's Day and highlighting some of the wonderful accomplishments of President Jimmy Carter. He is the one who is responsible for the Camp David peace accords, which brought peace between Israel and Egypt. He started an environmental fund. He set aside so much land. He also, this isn't in the clip. I put a clip up there that if you listen to just the first 2.5 minutes, it will give these highlights and more. This is the biographer, Brinkley, who is doing it. But he set aside an environmental fund, which included land that amounts to about the size of the state of California in Alaska. And with the increasing climate crises that we're facing, this act is going to be very beneficial to our country. He also was one of the first presidents to include human rights protections in his diplomacy talks. And although Nixon always gets the credit for establishing relationships with China, it was actually President Carter who did that. So you can see how sometimes history gets blurred and people, stories keep getting told, and people believe them. And this is like he just has not gotten his due. So I hope that you guys will look into him so you can understand what he did, so that we can give him his due. He also is responsible for the Panama Canal Treaty. He created FEMA, the Department of Energy. He created Superfund sites, and he's a Nobel Peace Prize. He won the Nobel Peace Prize. And unfortunately, like I said, he only served one term. And because of that, I was in the military. I was in a combat support hospital. And I'm sure you guys are familiar with the hostages taken over in the Tehran, in Iran at that time. And I was in the military, and that is the sector that my company was responsible for. So I have a very vivid personal memory of it because we were personally on alert, our unit, for 3 solid days, full alert. And what that means in military terms is that they issued us all of our weapons, our gas mask, and everything that you need to go to battle. And we were in that gear, with that gear, preparing to take off at any moment given the word for 3 days. And what happened, the um, uh, there was some backdoor diplomacy going on. And I have a story that I have posted on my timeline. I will get it up in the Jumbotron. But this just goes back to highlight how Republicans have had a long history in election interference. And it's kind of crazy that they're always projecting this on others because there was a secret mission led by Connolly, who used to be the governor of Texas. And they went around the Middle East for the entire summer, basically telling Iran and all of these people not to make a deal or reach an agreement with President Carter. They needed to hold out until President Reagan was elected, and they would get a better deal. Mm. Does it remind you of some things going on now? This same thing happened during the Vietnam War with Nixon. So again, I say the Republicans have a long history of election interference, yet they're always accusing Democrats and others of interfering in our elections. So I'm just going to kind of drop that there and see if either of my co-hosts would like to chime in on that, and then grab a couple of more articles that I'm going to put in the nest, and um, then share a couple of Black History Month stories that I want to highlight. One is from my state, and another one is just nationally highlighting African American women. So, Mark, or let's go with Danny first. Would you like to chime in on that in any way?
Sure. I like Jimmy Carter because of what you just explained to everyone. Um, I unfortunately was, I wasn't born yet when he first took office. So I don't have that personal relationship or understanding really of what the country was like, where we were headed. Um, so for me, to kind of watch someone who seems at his heart is just a genuinely sweet and kind and gentle person. And even now, the way he's talked about in his presidency, it's almost as if he was ineffective. He didn't do anything. He was too soft. And from what I've been hearing from everyone, including you, that's the complete opposite. And it's almost as if to um, you need to vilify him in order to uh, make excuse of why this country went to elect um, Reagan right after him. Like we needed a reason to elect someone like Reagan, right? Um, it's often said that before there was a Donald Trump, there was a Ronald Reagan. Uh, his lack of concern for groups of people that did not look like him, um, that's not original to Donald Trump or to Nixon. Um, but he seems to have been the one to really exploit it. Deregulation, where the country was if you weren't a straight white man in this country. Um, a disease, a pandemic was happening, and his lack of care of trying to see the humanity in these people that were just dying. Um, People were poor, people were being gunned down, um, and then you had all these racial undertones because at his heart, I believe Reagan was a racist. The welfare queen trope that came out of the administration, all of that, and it kind of just takes away any progress or any of the good that that Carter did. Not to spend too much time on Reagan or any of the other Republican presidents. 1992, I was still a young girl when Clinton came into office. Um, my mom said something years ago, and it was right after the market crashed. And she said, to those of us, everybody was crying when Carter lost because they could see what Reagan was going to bring. And a lot of people who struggled under Reagan, it took a long time to get up out of that struggle. And it wasn't until Clinton, where the economy was booming, you know, people really got to experience the American dream, especially if you were not a white person. And she said, a lot of people were able to buy their homes during the Clinton years. And unfortunately, once again, just like with Reagan and Nixon, people lost their homes during the Bush years. And she says, I don't think people have fully even recovered after that. And so it's always like rinse and repeat. Um, there always seems to be, for the Democrats, or at least for the party, there's always upward mobility. And then people get angry. Progress isn't happening fast enough for them individually. And so we hand it right back to a Republican Party that is going to exploit your hurt, is going to exploit the injustices and the shortcomings of this country. And instead of blame the Republicans or whatever, then you look to the Democrats that will fix it up again. And so, and his later years with Clinton, it was kind of marred or, kind of diminished. I don't want to say that's not the right word. Kind of colored up uh, with Monica Lewinsky and all the rumors and everything. So I would say the best president that I've had in my experience up until then had to have been Obama because he did the unthinkable. Um, I remember crying when I was in line voting for him. I was like, this is finally going to happen. Like, we're going to finally do this. And, I would have loved to have been at Grant Park and to experience it the way that, Chicago was able to experience it. I cried during the inauguration. Um, my heart was in my chest. When he stepped out the car the first time, I was like, please, please just get back in the car. I know what you're trying to do, but please, because I don't trust this country enough that somebody won't take a shot. And then, and we had 8 hard years of trying to get this country back to where we know it could be. And it was also disappointing to see him up against so much. So the same country that was willing to elect him was the same country that was willing to ignore that his wife and his 2 daughters were being compared to apes. He's an African voodoo doctor, as if that's a negative connotation in even of itself. Um, and he had to do it with a straight face. He couldn't show emotion. And when he did, when those children were gunned down in Sandy Hook and he finally cried, they mocked him. They said, "How do we know there wasn't onions behind that podium?" He couldn't even have a human moment. And so he's a lot better person than I am. 'Cause give me the White House. And if I show emotion and that's what your response is, I know, I just know I'm not going to handle it that way. And I get it. He was the person that we needed for that time. But this is why I kind of fall back on, yes, we elected him, but I don't know if America was ever truly ready for him. Um, and an honorary note, of course, would be Hillary. You can even include Al Gore in that as well. Um, Either one of their presidencies, this country would have looked completely different. I'm just confident in that. And I don't think, as much as they deserve to win, and by all accounts they did win, I don't think this country was ready for them either. Or maybe we didn't deserve them. What Jimmy Carter started with climate, I strongly believe Al Gore would have continued it. So what we're facing now, it could have been under better control than what we're facing. Same thing with Hillary. Um, I appreciate what Joe Biden is doing, and I love Joe Biden, and I think that he is awesome. And he is what we also needed for this country. Um, but I imagine that if Hillary was in her second term and the same reports that came out about Alexei, I think that she would have, her response would have been a little bit different. I'll just leave it at that. Because we saw what she did, Secretary of State, under the Obama years. So, unfortunately, I think we really did miss out on two great potential presidents. So,
I would agree with you, my dear. And I have much love for the former Vice President Al Gore. He reigns from my state. And
mm-hmm.
not only that, my ancestral roots, my paternal roots are in the same town as his. And I worked on his campaign. I've told this story before. I was in the ballroom at Opryland Hotel, what we thought was going to be a celebration, and in tears. It's just some moments that stick with you forever. And that one does. And agree with all the great insight that you brought there. So thank you so much, Danny. So, Mark, over to you. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, great. And you sound better too. So good.
Oh,
Did you
man.
want to weigh in on that?
Oh, not on that in particular. I just wanted to talk about what's going to be happening this week. Is that okay?
Yes. Give me just a moment before we dive into that. I want to call people's attention to the things that I have put in the nest. I put a lot of great articles in the nest. They're all gift articles, so you should be able to read them all. And Mark, of course, is going to be addressing a lot of the legal things that are have been going on and that will be going on. I cannot wait. It's been a hell of a week that we just got through, and we have a lot that we're still facing. So while you're listening to Mark and the conversations going on here today, don't miss out on an opportunity to grab these articles, share, retweet them, read them. Of course, please. and highlight the journalists who are doing good, informative work for us. So, Mark, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So I actually, I've been in a little, not necessarily a debate because me and this person don't necessarily disagree all the time, but we're on this Fannie Willis situation, and I kind of wanted to talk about it because it ended last week, um, where the situation with DA Willis is at, and who I have the utmost respect for, and I am a I wouldn't necessarily say I'm a big fan, but I'm a big supporter of her work in its entirety. From the time she was a lowly DA to her becoming the DA of Fulton County in Atlanta. So here's the situation. Um, I thought the motion was frivolous from the get go, but the motion contained some allegations of cohabitation and shared expenses with a person that was appointed special prosecutor that Miss Willis or DA Willis engaged in a dating relationship. Now, this is something that happens all across the country in all kinds of offices, but especially in public offices and especially in district attorneys' offices. There's superiors that are dating inferiors. I know they shouldn't. HR is going to have anybody in HR knows that's not a good thing, but there's a lot of lawsuits that are going on because of these dating like the engagement. It may not have been the smartest thing to be working on the same case, this particular case, the state of Georgia versus Donald Trump, which is probably the biggest RICO case in her career. But it happened. So the defense brought a motion for disqualification based upon a conflict of interest, alleging essentially that because of this dating relationship and the person was being paid to do work that and paying for dates and trips for Miss Willis, that was some kind of kickback scheme where it personally financially benefited her. The problem with that theory is that under Georgia law, there's the conflict of interest is there has to be more than that. It has to be a personal stake in the outcome of the case, or there's a relation to one of the parties in the case. Here we have two people that work in the same case that are dating. Again, that happens a lot. They're actually our husband, they're boyfriend and girlfriends and husband and wives in this same case that are on the defense side, as a matter of fact. But no conflict has been raised there. So, and here's the thing that Judge McAfee, I think he allowed a little bit too much, got into the weeds too much, and away from what the law is and what needed to be honed in on. I really had a problem with some of the um, uh, with DA Willis's staff. A little bit. Miss Cross she's the there's a guy and a gal, and Miss Cross was kind of the lead. She's knew the law better. I think she was assertive more so than the guy was. I forgot his name in defending her, especially when she was taking a stand. Aside from the emotion and her testimony, the defense, I was just confused as to where we were because the required link to establish a conflict of interest through financial benefits connected to what Mr. Wade spent on her, whether it be trips or dates, um, it wasn't there. I mean, and the fact that they were in a relationship means let me put it another way. Let's say they weren't in a relationship and he was buying her gifts and sending her on trips. That's a conflict of interest, meaning he's getting paid and she's getting gifts in return because he's getting paid to work on this case. That would be a conflict of interest that might give rise to disqualification, and I say might. But even then, even that is tenuous at best or spurious at best. But here we have people that are engaged in a personal relationship. We have a CFO that meticulously went through the invoices and found no problem. And so, the law under the Georgia law, when it comes to conflict of interest of this kind, makes it pretty clear that within the bounds of a personal relationship, there's nothing here that conflicts with pride. So we're stuck in this. Luckily, we're not wasting any time with this hearing because the emotions and everything like that are still carrying on. This is just a hearing that comes right in the middle. There's going to be other hearings that are happening as well. So that's my thoughts on Fani Willis. It was, bad decision on her part, but nobody decides to do it. It just happens. And it's time after this week, we're going to be moving on. I don't expect that she'll be disqualified. She might have some ethical issues that she has to face with the state bar of Georgia and other things that might occur. But as far as this case against Trump is going to move forward, and it's nothing that she's going to get disbarred for or anything like that. She might just get a warning or some kind of letter that says you shouldn't do this, and she knows that she shouldn't have done it. It just happened. She's a human being. She's not perfect. But she's a great prosecutor, as you guys can tell. So tomorrow we might hear about presidential immunity. The Supreme Court they conferenced on Friday, and we got some information that there's going to be a 9:30 order call tomorrow, and then Wednesday there's going to be a ruling coming out. There might be some rulings coming out that may include the Colorado ruling. I wouldn't expect the anything to happen other than a 9-0 Supreme Court rejection of Colorado Supreme Court's ruling. It might be 8-1. I doubt it's going to be 8-1. I think it's going to be 9-0. From the oral arguments, I didn't see any way that's going to survive. I did think that the Colorado representatives didn't really argue the right. They didn't argue the right cases. They left out a lot. I'm not sure if it was nervousness or preparation, but they really didn't. They didn't cover the things they needed to cover to win that hearing. And so I don't think all the judges in their own way. I'm going to have something to say about it. I think we're going to have a 9-0 majority, but we're going to have some concurrences. They're not all getting there the same way. And also, I think that the Supreme Court is not going to stay the Chetkin case, the DC case. So I think that's going to come out either sometime this week. I expect it to come out tomorrow. I think that why it hasn't come out already is there might be some dissent, so there might be some concurrences that Alito and Thomas want to be heard at some point, or might just foreshadow an upcoming appeal after conviction. So that might be why it's taking so long. I don't think there's 5 votes to stay. Remember, there has to be 5 votes to stay the proceedings in lieu of a hearing on the case. There needs to be 4 for the Supreme Court to accept the case. I don't think that there's going to be 5 votes for this. I don't. I think Kavanaugh already wrote an opinion that says that the president doesn't have immunity 2 years ago. So he's not a vote. And then Justice Roberts certainly is not going to be voting for any type of immunity. So you have 5 votes there, and I don't expect that any of the liberal justices, Sotomayor, Kagan, or Ketanji Brown Jackson, are going to be wanting to hear the case right now. So I think there's at most 4. I don't, based upon Amy Coney Barrett, I think she's, I think she in procedural matters like this, I don't think she's going to be voting for this either. I don't think she believes in presidential immunity. At best, I think there's only going to be 2 votes for it, which would be again Thomas and Alito. And Thomas actually should be out of this case anyway, so I'm not sure how that's going to go down. Roberts definitely doesn't have control of the ethics rules that they passed in November because they're not applying to him. He participated in the oral argument. He asked the first question, even though the elder Supreme Court justice always asks the first question, but usually Thomas doesn't even question. So why was he even hearing the Colorado case anyway? I don't know. So we're gonna be getting that too, and then we have more coming out on Thursday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Thursday we're gonna get pretrial motions from Donald Trump that are due on Thursday for the Mar-a-Lago case. That trial date is still in May, and it hasn't been taken off the docket yet. And we're doing pretrial motions outside of the classified documents on Thursday, so we're going to get a good look. And it looks like what people are saying is the president's going to, or the former president, is going to ask for presidential immunity for the Mar-a-Lago case when he wasn't in office. That's just really funny. Just really funny. But that he's going to do everything he can to delay that. We'll see how Judge Cannon rules on these pretrial motions. It's definitely going to be a motion to dismiss. I don't see that happening. But the way she's been going, she takes a while to. She's taken all the time in the world to get these rulings out. So I'm pretty sure Jack Smith already has oppositions to all those motions already pre-written, um, like he did in this Supreme Court stay application that Trump did. You notice that when Trump filed last week, it only took Jack Smith 2 days. 6 days earlier, it was actually due on Tuesday, this Tuesday, but he got it in before Friday, so the Supreme Court can take a look at it this week instead of waiting till this next week. So he probably saved a week, which was very smart. That thing was already written, so I think they're already prepared for all this stuff. So we're starting to heat up on the Trump stuff. There's a lot of cases around the country that are starting to heat up too. We have that Texas case, uh, the abortion case brought by the 20 women that had very bad complications due to the Texas law. That's starting to those motions and the discovery and those things are starting to heat up down there. And then these bans are coming to fruition too. So we're going to start seeing a lot of lawsuits that are happening. So the election year is getting off to a pretty fast start. It's going to be a lot of drama. There's like 55 cases that the Republicans have filed to try to either stop or prevent or slow down people from voting. They don't want the masses voting. That's happening all over the country. If you want to follow that, go to Mark Elias's Twitter, and he keeps track of all of them. He's actually defending, I think, about all of those cases as either an intervener or a main party. So there's a lot of stuff going on. And anybody have any questions? I'm happy to answer any particular questions about any particular case. I think the Supreme Court on procedural grounds, though, I think they're gonna come in pretty solid. There's not too only like I said, only Alito and Thomas on the procedural due process of everything and how things go are going to be the ones that will be on Trump's side, at least on on questions of law related to Trump, not necessarily supporting Trump, but they would delay it just because they have a question in their head. So good thing that we have 7 other justices, even though we don't all agree with all of them, but they're going to pretty much be on the same side when it comes to rejecting Colorado, but also rejecting absolute presidential immunity as well. So these cases, there's going to be a trial before the election, and we're going to find out whether one half of the country is trying to elect a traitor or not. Thank you so much.
Well, no, thank you. Again, always fortunate to be able to have your legal mind here in the space sharing with us. And I so appreciate that. And things are heating up, which means that we're going to have to really keep our head on straight. And I gave a story to Danny. I don't know if she had a chance to look at it, but we can see, like based on the Fannie Willis case and so many others, that the media is mainstream media is not our friend. That is not to say that there are not good reporters out there and good reporting being done. And we have to seek that out. We have to amplify it, and we have to continue to amplify the truth and the accomplishments of this administration, because this past week they were in Munich at the Munich Security Conference. And I love that President Zelensky did a tweet. I'm going to find that and post it, of bragging on the leadership of Vice President Kamala Harris. And I think it is sad when leaders abroad and just regular citizens can have more appreciation and understand the significance of Vice President Harris and her leadership and what she brings to the table than people here in our own country. And I know that Mark has he knows her personally, and he could chime in on that. You guys also talked about the abortion case, and I put an article in the Nest that you should look at, because they are seeking, like, not even in blue states is are women's autonomy going to be safe, because they are trying to use some 1800 law, the Comstock Act, to basically do away with reproductive rights, abortion rights nationally. So there's so much reason for us to be concerned. Like I said, my head is spinning from personal stuff, but just the news. I watched Face the Nation and watched, the timeline a little bit yesterday, and I just had to unplug because it was just too much. On Saturday here in my state, on Broadway, we had a Nazi march. Yes, I put that up in the nest, and one of our representatives, Justin Jones, which I think most of you are familiar with, they were catapulted to national um, coverage when they were ousted from the state house illegally. And he was attending a black sorority event and came out only to be met with Nazi marchers, part of the blood tribe or something. And I started looking like, okay, where's the coverage of this? Who's talking about this? I looked for hours. There was no national coverage. There was no local coverage. I went to my local television stations, and it was sports, CBS, the golf tournament, I think a track and field on Channel 4, and just, you know, it broke my heart. And part of this is because we have lost a lot of local reporting, a lot of local newspapers. They have been gobbled up by these corporate entities who basically are. Republicans, conservatives, libertarians, and reporting and projecting the narrative that they want Americans to have. And so we have to be very careful in how we navigate that. Sinclair Broadcasting, and there's a great article in the Nest on that, and Ann Nelson, a great historian and someone who is very well versed in the dark money shadow network, which is a book that she published, weighs in on this article. So I would encourage you guys to take a look at that. And I want to see if Danny wants to chime in on that at this time. I will say also that I was so furious. Like, I'm really happy that our mayor follows me, and I was so angry that I DM'd him. I just was frustrated. I never really expected to get a response. I DM'd him Saturday afternoon. And when I got back on this app on Sunday, he had responded to me, or someone on his comms team. And that gave me some reassurance. So there are people here who understand the threat and what's going on and trying to do something about it, because I could see no law enforcement presence, but I realized that this was being filmed by, different individuals, and their focus was totally on the march, which is just shocking and bizarre because I watched two different pieces of footage on it, and I could literally tell where they were because people were chiming in. Oh, that's not real. That could be anywhere, and I knew instantly. First of all, that Justin had no reason to lie, but where they were marching, I am familiar with all those landmarks. They were on Lower Broad, which is the most touristy area of our city, and it just the fact that it existed, that it happened. But like, I asked my mayor, is this the picture that we want to present? Because we are becoming a great tourist attraction. And, you guys have been in the spaces with me before. It didn't just bubble up out of nowhere. This stuff is prevalent around the nation, but particularly here in Tennessee. To give you a little bit of history, hopefully most of you know this at now. It's not anything I'm proud of, but it's something I recognize. The birthplace of the Ku Klux Klan here in Pulaski, Tennessee. Their building still stands with a plaque from the UDC, the United Daughters of the Confederacy. So they have history here. I mentioned before, I don't often, but of course, we've had a lot of gun violence, which is just like a part of normal life in this country now. It's the United States guns. But We have a gun cult, the Rod of Iron, who has purchased property here in the eastern part of our state to make it their center, their headquarters, training, and dormitories, and all of these things. I do not want this in my state. And I speak about it a lot. I don't know what we can do. They own the land, but I'm going to keep letting people know that it is coming. They haven't started breaking ground there, but they will soon. And so I follow that story. You also know of a recent story when we had an election in a city right outside of Nashville, about 15 minutes from me. It's the next city down, which is the home of Marsha Blackburn and our current governor. When they had their mayoral election last year, one of the candidates literally had self proclaimed Nazis coming to her rallies, acting as her de facto security team. Were it not for the fierce, unrelenting reporting of one of our prize winning investigative journalists, Phil Williams, which I'm sure you're all familiar with now because I talk about him and his reports and things did get a lot of national attention. She lost. I've spoken before about how I am seeing a rise because I watch our local news. Over the past year, there are different communities in and around our city and that have had these propaganda leaflet campaigns and initiatives where they are throwing them into neighborhoods and putting up posters and signs, and it just keeps increasing. So there's a problem, and white supremacy is the biggest problem that we're facing in our democracy right now. So I wanted to make sure that I highlighted that in the space today. And I see we've had a speaker to come up and join us, Jima Riri. So glad to have you here. I'm going to allow you to weigh in and then see if either of my co hosts would like to weigh in on that.
Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're at. Thank you, Miss D. You do this every Monday for us. And I love that you give us this space and you give me the tools and teach me on how to save democracy and how to make good trouble. Miss Danny, happy belated birthday again. Thank you so much for coming and filling in for Soul Sister. And Mark, our advocacy arena attorney, thank you. I do, Misty, you're absolutely correct about these uh, less than mediocre white men that were marching in Tennessee um, and calling themselves Nazis and this and that. It's funny how they don't want to show their faces and who they are. And I would hope that my fellow skinkin who are related or know who these less than mediocre men are would start to expose them, and that's what needs to be done. They need to be exposed. Don't be over here marching, hiding yourselves, and trying to frighten people. Let's take those masks off and see who you really are, and let's deal with you in that way. I can tell you that if there had been a group of black or brown people marching like that, had they been marching with their guns that they could carry, you'd have seen a whole different response from the media and everyone else. And so that's what frightens me even more is that you don't want to talk about these little man boys that are performing here in Tennessee, but had you had black and brown people marching and if they wanted to carry their AR-15s, oh, we that's all we would have heard of over the weekend. So there is a big difference in what the media wants to portray to us and what the truth is. And I thank Miss Danny for that because over the last couple of years, you've taught me those things. I have a question for our advocacy arena attorney, Mark. And again, you got to break things down to me like I'm a third grader. Okay. So, with this Fonnie Willis hearing that happened, had they said, no, there's no grounds to have this hearing, would that have stopped it, or could those co defendants have appealed and dragged it out longer? That's what I was wondering, Mark.
What this disqualification issue are you asking about?
Yes.
No, there's no interlocutory right to appeal this ruling. Once Judge McAfee makes this ruling, that it just is preserved for the appeal after conviction. So
No, I think what she's asking, Mark, is if they had just said, the judge or whoever had to make that call, that it has no merit, could that have stopped it? Am I right, Jima
Yes,
Riri?
you're right. You're right, Misty. That's what I was asking.
yes, but the motion, what is the operating? That's what starts everything. It's like it's literally means in law. It means what it says. A motion. You want to move something. So the motion had salacious um salacious details in it that they were cohabitating, sharing expenses, and basically this is a very operation by Fannie Willis to unjustly enrich herself off prosecution prosecuting this case against 17 defendants, hiring her boyfriend to gifts and stuff like that. As and so the judge said, "Hey, look, we got to do an evidentiary hearing because evidence was
Can't hear
presented."
you, Mark. Okay. No, you're very faint. Get a little closer to the mic. No,
You're
it's
in the
like you're in
matrix.
a, yeah, you're in the matrix or a hole. You must have changed phones because we never had this much problem with hearing you. But I've noticed that lately.
How
Uh,
about now?
Yes.
Now, yes,
Okay,
perfect.
now,
Yeah,
yeah. Well, the earphones are not working today, huh? Um,
yeah.
well, so as we get to the hearing, though, and with all the drama, and it was a real life drama, right? I mean, listening to having to, and it was drama and entertaining, but it wasn't entertaining. I didn't want to know all that about Fanny's life. I didn't want to know when she was having when he was spending the night at her house and stuff like that. That's all details that should not be even brought out in these cases, which there's going to be repercussions up there in Fulton County against Miss Ashley Merchant for even writing this motion, because it's a damaging motion to a lot of people. But let me answer your question directly. Um, as the evidence came out, though, there's no evidence of any kind of improper enrichment. She was dating a guy that was working for her, which is an ethical could be an ethical violation, maybe not. And he could have bought her $100,000 ring and asked to marry her. That's not a violation of ethics or a conflict of interest that a personal benefit was bestowed upon her. I mean, it's basically the motion to me, G Mariri, is basically they wanted to. It was a loser to begin with, and they wanted to call Fannie Willis a whore. They wanted to put her business out in the street. And I mean, because that would be the only way to prove that she was personally benefiting from this dating relationship, that she was like a high end escort that was getting a benefit, a kickback, or taking these trips with a guy she was paying. But it didn't make any sense, though, because obviously that's not a fact, number one. Number two, she could go on these trips on her own anyway. And the fact that she was, and they made a big deal about her having cash. She was paying him back not because of ethical concerns, but because she's an independent woman and she was just dating a dude. It wasn't her, like, they weren't going to get married.
Right. So could the judge have said, no, we're not going to have this hearing or this motion and we can go forward with the trial? Or if the judge had said that and not even done this hearing, could those co defendants have appealed that judge's decision not to do a hearing? I guess that's what I was asking.
Okay, I just rambled and didn't even answer your question. I'm sorry. Um, the answer to your question is yes, the judge could have done that, and then no, they could not have appealed it directly. There's no interlocutory right to this type of this type of hearing. It just gets it could come back after everybody's found guilty. It could come back on an appeal that the judge should have looked into this, or or maybe not. They might say that based upon the filing, there was no conflict. That's not a conflict of interest that would give rise to a motion to disqualify. So, but this is a new judge, Jima Riri. He's only been a judge for a year,
Okay.
and he's very conservative. So, and but he was a good prosecutor. He's not like he's not, he doesn't, he calls strikes and balls like the way they should be. Um, but he's erring on the side of not being overruled on appeal. So, but he's being too cautious here to be very direct. He's being too accommodating to the defense. And he doesn't need to be, to answer your question.
Yes, and thank you so much, Attorney Mark.
All right. Great question, Jima Riri. Thank you again for coming up. Thank you, Mark, again for being so generous with your time and knowledge here today. And next we have Adam, who has come up to join us. So glad to have you here today. You have the floor. Adam, are you there?
Yeah, I just got it.
Okay,
It took me a second. Sorry about that. So
no
quick
problem.
question. I have, I don't speak a lot. I'm always monitoring, of course. First, hello to everyone that I know and everyone that I don't know. My name's Adam, and this space is so important to me and a lot of people, I think. But this might be a little bit off topic, but I just want. It was the way you ended the last question, like, or or the way you ended, like, so how do you think, like, we could all, like, I, I love that we point, everyone so eloquently points out what's happening and, going on and ways to work on it. But, like, if I, like, thinking optimistically, because I try to be optimistic as much as possible, is there a way? Is it possible that we could all work together somehow on this? Like, how do you separate that, like, like me from somebody else? If you get what I'm saying by that, do you know what I'm saying? Like, without going into full detail, does that make any sense?
No, ask again. I'm sorry.
So, how would you separate me from someone who is clearly out there? You know,
Like a nefarious character or a bad actor
or
kind
a
of
white
thing.
supremacist or
Oh,
whatever their
okay.
belief is. Like, how do you separate them who wants equal rights for everybody, and doesn't want anyone hurt? Like, I know I'm optimistic. People tell me, like, you're too optimistic. Sometimes it takes, we have to break some eggs, to fix the system. I get that. But, like, I just was wondering, like, how do you separate a person like me who wants to help and it has an ethical and moral view on
I
and
mean, these two things are not the same. Okay.
okay, fair enough.
So, okay, it's apples and oranges. I mean, you're not you're not a Nazi, fascist, racist, or any of those things. I mean, people, we may not be perfect or whatever, but I one thing that clearly speaks to who peoples are and their character is, what they do. So that's one way to separate them for sure. And as I said before, that many of these people are very proudly proclaiming who they are and what they stand for. I mean, if you watch that video, you can hear that the person that's filming them, and he is running alongside of them, and he is screaming at them for all of us. And he has an accent. And so they just make the assumption that, he's Middle Eastern. I don't know what he looks like or anything, but I could tell perhaps of Indian descent, and maybe even Kurdish, because what a lot of people don't know is that we have a very diverse population, especially here in Nashville and some of the surrounding areas. My hometown has a large population of Sudanese. At one time, it was the largest in the nation. I now think that's Kansas is, but there's still a large number of them in that community. We do have here in
And
Nash.
Kurds fought along in northern Iraq, up there, with um,
Exactly.
so like
Yeah, and they were betrayed
us, yeah,
by the former guy when the former guy was in office. So we have a very large population of them here. And so what I'm saying is that the Nazis that were marching were screaming back at this guy, telling him to go back to his country, essentially, and that they shit on the street in their country. And this is this guy's country. They live here now, and in part, probably came here because of wars on their continent that we were involved in. Okay, so that's what I wanted to kind of point out in that respect.
that makes
Um,
sense. Uh, in cybersecurity, we look at patterns, to see who a person is over time. It's not like necessarily one single act. It's like what does a person do over time? Time tells us everything.
Exactly.
Typically, yeah.
And in the case of the Nazis that was supporting the lady that was running for mayor here, again, we didn't have to wonder or question. They proclaimed themselves proudly to be Nazis. So if you tell me that's who you are, and then your actions back it up, it leaves no doubt. They were a family who came from a very prominent family here and owned I'm sure, in traveling around the United States, you get off of the interstate and you see these gas stations, and some of them are corporate, but some of them are privately owned. And this family owns one of those such gas stations in a location that gets a lot of traffic from the interstate. They also have a diner in there and a store and some other things. Their father passed away, and the former guy was in office, and they started putting racist signs up on their billboard where normally the price of gas should be, and Shell Gas was their supplier. They took away their right to be part of they could not use Shell Gas. They wanted nothing to do with them. So when that happened again, they proudly proclaimed and made a joke about it. I've talked about it before in the space during that time, and maybe I can find one of the tweets that I had about it. But um, they just kind of snubbed their nose at Shell, like, we haven't lost anything. We're not hurting by it. And so they turned that location actually into a training center where they teach, fighting skills, and I'm sure have their rallies to further indoctrinate their members in that building. So they have so many different names, but at the end of the day, they're still Nazis. Like their sects, where they give themselves names. And this bloodthirst group was the sect that was marching down Broadway on Saturday. I can't remember what the the group that was following the candidate for mayor in Franklin was. Right now, it escapes me, but they had a name, I think, that included some letters and numbers. And so they have many names, but again, behavior and action, and certainly what you say. And if you say that you're a Nazi, then, and you start acting like a Nazi or fascist, then you are. Walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, must be a duck. So I hope that answers your question, Adam. And I'm so glad that
Yeah,
you were able to
I
come up
think
and,
so. Um,
yeah.
I mean, sometimes you have people that are in disguise. I do get that, but you know, it's and I know sometimes you have people walk down the street and someone could be being beat up on the other side of the street and they won't cross over to help. Like that's not me, but you know, like other people, I get it. Like, so I understand what you're saying. And it's not a simple answer either.
Well, that
But
part to me is pretty simple. Like I said, some of
if
the
someone tells you, yes, absolutely.
and their
It's the
behavior. But
yeah,
I know that in your mind, you think because you're in cybersecurity, you have a more asymmetrical kind of thought process in some of these things or whatever. Because I'm sure that there are lots of people who subscribe to their agenda but are not very open and out with it. But again, I think that their actions will betray them eventually, and that's kind of how I
yeah.
would
Some might
judge them.
definitely
Yeah. Oh,
that saying. But
exactly.
so in time. But yeah. So yeah, no, I just had an experience of someone that thought I thought a particular way, and I'm like, you don't know me at all, and I'm like, but yeah,
Yeah.
I realized what they were trying to do with it, but it doesn't really matter. I think we all we have a mission, we have a goal, and you have such a well informed space that to me it's just part of my diet of what I intake in order to be well informed. So thank you for that, D. And
Well,
your
thank
friendship.
you.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Right back at you. You know how much I value your friendship. And like, even though you don't often speak in the space, you are very much a part of it and do a great service for it and protecting it from nefarious players because there are entities out there when you do have sources of great information that want to stop the flow of that information. And for those of you who have, been regularly at the spaces, especially in the last month or so, there have been targeted attacks on this space that Adam has helped to halt. And when they were no longer able to actually target the space specifically, they then started to target particular individuals that they knew were prominent voices in the space. But you know my saying, we will not be deterred. So thank you again, Adam. I appreciate you guys so very much. So I see our friend Nair has come up, and I'm so glad that he is here today because I know there's a huge time difference and he's not always able to make it in. And sometimes when he does, he just listens. But he knows I love him to pieces. Glad he's here. And so, welcome, Nair. You have the floor.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Dee. Hi, Mark. Hi, everybody, all my friends. Wow. I came up just to remind us that we are amazing people and democracy is the only way to live. And I'm living in a country after living in Los Angeles for 40 years and I will be back. I just want to remind you one thing that we lost our democracy in Israel a year and something ago that we never thought we would. And I'm not saying we will lose it, but I want to be very we need to be very careful. If we don't be and do what we need to be and do, then we are going to lose because it's really up to us to win this election. And it's very simple. Number one is go vote. Because I don't want what's happening in Israel right now. It's nothing but 10 times worse what's happening in Hungary and Poland and other countries. And why do I say it for us, me as a Democrat, that, as an American citizen and an Israeli citizen, I just want you to know that it's really up to us. We must please, I wish can people can understand what we did before the election, what killed us in this election. It's not that we didn't go vote. What's happened us that our campaign was always about, Benjamin Netanyahu is a bad person, like Trump is a bad person, and we all know that Trump is a horrible leader. He's just a horrible person for United States, for every single person. Even the people that support him, they just don't understand this. All what I'm saying, we need to keep spreading who we are. So not just putting the other side what's wrong with them, it's what's good about us. Because we are an amazing people that we really do believe in democracy for every single citizen in the United States. And if we don't do it, guess what? People are they're going to go, well, they're against Trump, or, they're going to have all these stories, Biden, is too old. But you know what? Listen, when I last spaced, I was last week, we were talking about it, and somebody suggests I start following the White House, our vice president, our president, share those things because social media is so important. We have amazing vice president that does so much, and we need to support our leaders. We cannot just talk about the other side. People, I'm telling you, we're going to focus only about what's wrong with them and what's about us. We're going to not, it's going to be a tough competition because they are very sneaky. They are very, they know how, they have money, they know how to handle things. And you know what? It doesn't matter. We need to be stronger, and we are stronger, and we are smarter. And being smart right now, it's not always to be politically correct. It's about saying the truth, spread who we are, and keep saying it so clear and loud that democracy, the minute you lose it, you don't get it back. We are fighting on the street to get it back. We get arrested. We don't want it to be happening in America. And I'm telling you, the minute that we lose, and we're not going to lose, I'm telling you, it's going to be on my dead body before we lose. I'm telling you, please remember when you go on spaces, whatever you are, I don't care, this any space, always talk about, don't forget about us. We are the leaders of United States of America. We are the real America people that believe in freedom, believe in equality, and we believe in true democracy. And yes, we are not perfect, and it's okay to say we are not perfect, because the minute that we are going to go just like them, we are it. No, 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 we are not perfect. But you know what? We are the only one that will make the difference. And maybe it's going to take a year, maybe 5 years, but it doesn't matter. Our vision for United States is stronger and better for every single person. It doesn't matter if you came from, Israel, you came from Iran or Iraq or Germany or London. It doesn't matter. We are all want to be fair for everybody. And I'm telling you, we're going to go backwards if we don't. Because what's happening in Israel right now, we have a horrible government destroying our life. And I'm glad Mark is here, because let me tell you, all it takes, they make new laws, and guess what? That's it. We have no choice. Pretty soon we're not going to be able to even, go and protest, because the police will arrest us. And not just now with the arrest us, like I don't know if you saw Saturday, we were like thousands of people in the street. And guess what? They went and chose the leaders. The police went, and every leader, 78 years old man, they do everything to shut us up. And today was even the worst. What they decide, that the Muslim in Ramadan, they will decide which person can pray in the mosque. No, 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 no. Muslims have the right to pray wherever they want and whenever they want, and enough is enough. We need to understand that America and USA, we have the same thing. And no accident we are airline, but I'm telling you, please, 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 we have 9.5 months to spread the truth, the fact, and less about them. They are boring. They are not important. We know who they are. We are not going to be able to change their mind. We need to be super nice. We need to talk about anything that really we are about women rights, about union, talk about LGBT rights. Talk about things that touch people. This what how we win people. When you get into the heart, when they feel it, when they get goosebumps, when you talk about it, this is what they need to know, that we are real, we're not fake. And yes, again and again, don't ever. I hear people that talk about democracy. Like, we are perfect. No, we are not perfect, and it's okay to be not perfect. Because the minute that you tell somebody that you are you are right about everything, no, we're not right. We make mistake, and it's okay to make mistake, but we know how to fix it. But our mistakes, by the way, doesn't cost us the mistake that our ex-president did and destroy in America. Thank you.
Oh, Mir, you just touched me. So you're so right about all of those things. Yes, and I continue to tell people to follow all of the official accounts of the White House, the individual members of the State Department, and to amplify their messages and things. We cannot any longer count on our traditional forms of media to provide those that information to us. And oftentimes, when they're providing it, they're pushing a narrative. I talked earlier about Sinclair, and I hope that you guys do dig into those articles, because they talk about how one reporter was saying that they are given scripts, and the scripts are very um, tilted to present a certain narrative, and it is the conservative narrative that the big cities have crime, like the Boston paper that was just bought, that they're crime and ridden, and it's the message of the former guy. So we know that that's not true, but not everyone that we know and encounter are going to be news junkies like ourselves. So we have to arm ourselves with information and facts, so that when we hear the exasperation or just lies or false stories that someone may have bought into because it came from what used to be considered a reputable source, that we can correct that in real time. And I had the honor of being in a Zoom with Miss Nelson, and someone had, kind of asked her a question like, what do we do? How do we handle, all of this stuff? And she said that, there is a war on the architecture of knowledge. Okay. And, I've talked about this many times before, how fascism came to be in Germany. And first of all, the propaganda helped to facilitate that, because an uneducated populace is a very easy populace to control. So that's why we see the attacks on those, the architectures of knowledge here in our country now, and why I am always, talking about these things regarding education, because you start to see the groundwork that they're laying to bring this about. And again, as I said, I'm a history nerd, and I listen to people like John Meacham, and they talk about how history rhymes. And I spent a decade in Germany, and I have studied some of their history and the things that because a lot of people ask, how could that happen? And in part, the way that it happens is by the sources of information being captured by, the authoritarians, and the propaganda being pushed out instead. Teachers being fired, newspapers being, shut down and seized or disbanded if they didn't toe the party line, so to speak. Remember how when the war first broke out in Ukraine, Putin was arresting people that even called it a war. So this is what dictators do. And this goes to what Adam said, like the former guy and all of his minions continue to tell us daily what their plans are. He is saying, I want to be a dictator on day one. Everyone knows this man's greed and his thirst for power. No one believes that he will stop after that day, or he will have no need to, because it will be, enough time for him to enact all the authoritarian things and that a dictator would want. And, deporting people is kind of like first on the agenda for him. And he continues to say that. Also, us abandoning our allies that we've had, for 75 years because of World War II. And he's openly saying, like, nah, we're not going to be a part of that anymore. And whatever Putin, whatever country he wants to invade, fine by me. I'm not saying anything. And, while it may sound funny, and it may be salacious, it has consequences. And so again, like I said, kind of going off on a tangent, but she talked about that, like the war is on the architecture of knowledge. But she said that most of this is performative politics, which we all recognize and see. And how do we fight back? And she talked about the polls, and the polls are crappy because the reporting is crappy. The infrastructure of these news outlets no longer, they've laid off a lot of people. They don't have the same sense of commitment to quality. And so therefore the polls are not going to be of quality either. They don't have the same kind of people and, equipment and things that they once had when polls were somewhat reliable. And so she said, like, how do we fight back against that? And basically, it's kind of like we're going to have to compartmentalize to a degree. That's my wording, because she said the future will be determined by what we do. Okay? Not what they say, but what we do. So that's why my goal and my mission here in the weekly space that I have is to increase civic engagement. So
Dee, can I
again,
add one thing? I just want to say,
sure.
just give you guys a perfect example. You guys, February is Black History Month. Why don't I see in Twitter every day people talk about amazing, beautiful black women, black men, the change of the history? Why don't we talk about the pain of the black people and the horrible things that America did to the black people? This is how it starts. Spread the truth and the love. We need to remember every day it's Black History Month. But if we only let
365.
Thank
Yes.
you, thank you. And you know what? I will tell you. Dee told me because I used to say I don't see color. I do see color. I see beautiful colors. I see black. I see white. I see yellow. I see brown. I see everybody. And this is what it's about. You guys, I'm telling you, the passion needs to get out. And if you want to win an election, be passionate about who you are and love who you love and love everybody because nobody is better than nobody. And those people of hate, they're not. I don't want to hear them. I don't want to give them space. And I don't want to talk about them. I will tell you why. Because the more we talk about them, the more strong they feel. And they think they are big. They are nothing but losers. We are the people that are going to deserve to lead the world. And it's not just leading the United States of America. And I'm telling you, I'm begging you guys, be passionate, be like, live 24/7 democracy and spread it out. It's all what we have. It's 9.5 months. If we don't do it, if it's not come for real, when we see something happen in another state, we better raise our voice. And social media right now, it's what counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Nair. I appreciate it. And I totally agree. We need to definitely get loud and passionate because they are a minority. They're just a very loud and violent minority. So we have to continue to raise our voice because we are the majority. And when we all start doing that, we become louder. And I like what you said. I don't engage with them, go back and forth because that's what they want. They want to pull us into that mud and to zap our energy. I save my energy for promoting the good messaging that people need to hear. And I also know when you engage with them, it just feeds them. That's what they want. So I starve them of that. So again, thank you, Nair. And we have a few more speakers. I think Joseph was next. And Mark, you're, even though we're having some glitches, you're still considered my one of my co-hosts. So if you want to chime in, just let me know. And Danny, likewise, if you want to chime in, feel free to do so. Okay. And so we've got some great speakers up here on the platform, Joseph, and then Geechee, and then Kevin. So glad to have you guys here today.
Hello, Ms. D. How are you?
Great, thank you.
Good, good. Well, so glad you're having this space. I got a little bit of a late start today just because I'm technically off, although I am doing a little bit of work right now. So I guess I'll shift my focus right now to talk a little bit about Arizona because I'm heading there on Wednesday for work for a few days. I'll be in Phoenix. Um, Talking about the Senate race, I'm seeing a lot of tweets from Ruben Gallego that he is getting out, out and about in the state, meeting a lot of people, talking about what's on the minds of a lot of Arizonans. So that's really great to see. That's very, very encouraging. I have to go back and look. I thought I saw something that, even though there's been a lot of talk about Carrie Lake running for Senate, I think there may be some other Republican candidates running. I have to do a little bit of digging on that, but I
Joseph,
know.
hang on one second.
Yeah.
Mark, I just sent you the co-host again. Did you get it? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Good. Okay. Continue, Joseph. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. So like I said, I have to confirm that other Republicans are running in the primary for Senate. I know there's talk in some Republican circles in Arizona that just they're tired of Carrie Lake and they're tired of her theatrics. They're tired of her toxicity, and she's been costing them elections. That's great for us. So we'll see if that circus continues. Where I work in Phoenix is in Arizona's first congressional district. It was a seat that went blue in 20. I mean, I'm sorry, went red in 2022 because it got redrawn. And even though it contains part of the Phoenix area, it does contain a lot of rural areas, which, of course, in Arizona, rural areas are very Republican. So I'll have to do a little bit of digging and see what our chances are of perhaps flipping this seat back in November. But it will require a big turnout in the areas that of this district that do encompass the Phoenix area. And on that note, with the presidential election in Arizona, turnout, of course, is going to be so crucial. And of course, the big prize in Arizona is Maricopa County, which encompasses Phoenix, and that's the bulk of the state's population is in Maricopa County. So not only do we need to run up the score in the reliably blue counties, there are a few of them, which including Pima County, where Tucson is. We need to run up the score in those areas, and we need to win Maricopa County. If we do not win Maricopa County, we're not winning the state. Um, so I know that the governor has been, she's been touting some of the good developments from the administration, particularly with infrastructure, because there's been a grant from the infrastructure bill for the widening of Interstate 10 between Phoenix and Tucson, which is really needed. It's not very wide. I did that drive last October, and yeah, with as many people that drive between Phoenix and Tucson, Interstate 10 definitely needs widening. So that was a very welcome news when that came down. And also the governor is working with Amtrak, and I believe there has been money already given to create a rail line between Phoenix and Tucson. So that will be another great alternative for the people that go back and forth. I would like to see the governor tout the president and vice president a little bit more, but I'm sure as the election gets closer, she will. I did read something the other day that that Arizona, particularly in the Phoenix area, is now becoming a hub for like tech manufacturing, and I think that can be traced back to the Chips Act. So there's a lot of good things, a lot of positive things that have been happening in Arizona, and so hopefully we can keep the state blue in our column in November, because it's obviously it's one of the crucial states that we need for President Biden and Vice President Harris. Um, Real quick before I wind down, Mark, I had a question since you're here. With the judgment that came down the other day about the former guy, all that money that the judge ordered him to pay, does that go to New York State or does that go elsewhere?
No, it goes to it's disgorgement, so it goes to New York State.
Okay. Okay, that's kind of what I thought, but again, since I'm not too well versed in the legalese, I wanted to check with you on that. So thank you about that. Otherwise, don't have much else to say. Hopefully, I can do a space this week, maybe on Thursday, but I will be in Phoenix, so it just depends on how I feel after I get off work. But I think there's things that we need to talk about, particularly kind of like what Neer said about like amplifying the message, because as we've seen, you know, the fourth estate has failed us. So we need to pick up the slack and just amplify as much as we can, not just the president and vice president, but our candidates that are important to us. So thank you so much, Ms. D. I'll sit back and listen, and have a good day, everyone.
Oh, thank you, Joseph. Appreciate you so much, and love that, you know, because of your work, you live in one state and you travel to two others, but you are very politically involved, and aware and informed, in all of those states. And it means so much that you come and you share that information with us. And I know that my friend Adam is in Arizona, and he decided to come back up when you were talking. So I'm going to kind of move the queue a little bit and give Adam a chance to chime in, and then we'll go back to the order, which would be Geechee, Kev, and I'm so glad Kevin is here. Haven't heard from him in forever, and then Snowden. And I just want to thank you guys for being here with us today, and thank my two fabulous co-hosts that said yes at the last minute, and ask that you share and retweet the space. You know, maybe we can get some more people in. Everyone doesn't have to speak, and I'm one of those people who believe that listening is just as important as speaking. But certainly, if you have something to add to the conversation, we welcome that. So, without further ado, we're going to go to Adam, then Geechee, Kev, and Snowden.
Okay, so yes, I do live in Arizona. I really do. No one believes that, but you know, I don't care. Like I'm in Arizona. Like I tell everyone, I live here. Um, and I've been here for a while. It's uh, and you know, I choose my friends very wisely. Let me put it that way. But uh, you know, I found it very difficult to get through most recently. I did see, you know, the I-10, you know, the news about that from Phoenix to Tucson. Saw that. But it's very difficult to get through to any sort of leadership uh, right now. That they really, it's extremely difficult. Like to get, like to have a meeting with them, to sit down. I think might have a better time sitting down with President Biden than I would with Governor Hobbs. I don't know why that is, but it's quite interesting. When So I don't know but like what's happening there. So and I'm just it makes me wonder. Like, but I know they're busy. I know for sure know they're busy and working on stuff. I do know that for sure. But I don't like there's certain things that like need attention like right away. And if I'm seeing it and they're not seeing it and nothing's being done about it, that's an issue. Like I'm not on the payroll for the state of Arizona, but I'm seeing this. Like, are you seeing this? So it's just something that I think about. The Maricopa County has grown tremendously for sure, no question. Tucson has grown, Northern Arizona has grown, but it just makes me wonder. Uh,
If they're,
a
what
call
are
to
you?
President Biden might go through, but a call to Governor Hobbs wouldn't. I don't know why.
Well, sometimes they all have staff, and as you said, they're very busy. And I, like I said, was shocked when I reached out to in social media to my local mayor, and he responded, or someone on his comms team did. And so sometimes it may not be the individual leaders or candidates as much as their team, the gatekeepers around them. But I would say don't give
Oh,
up.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. They have like levels of teams too. Like
Yeah.
it's like there's the executive team, then
Mhm.
there's the
Sure.
underneath that,
So,
like, but and then there's the volunteers. It's quite a
mm,
maze. So
yeah, and sometimes maybe you have to go at it sideways or from the bottom up. Try different avenues, reaching
yeah,
out
maybe just
to
have
the
President Biden give her a call. That might
Yeah,
work.
well, I mean, you can give it a try, but I would suggest that perhaps you reach out to the local Dem party or find activist groups that you know are there,
Yeah,
and see if you can get through on some of the issues and concerns that you have through those channels. So, just
yeah.
a
No,
suggestion.
absolutely. What I've done, and but the problem is they don't understand certain cybersecurity issues. And I'm like, hey, you need to look at
Mm.
this, please.
Well, then maybe,
Yeah. I
again,
believe me,
take the,
I've done I've written large articles. But
yeah,
I'm giving it time.
yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
don't give up.
oh, never,
That
never.
exactly.
Yeah.
But I
So I'm working on
appreciate
it,
it.
and I'm not finding fault with it. I'm just saying, like, it's. I know they're busy. I do. So,
Absolutely.
um,
So,
yeah. But Arizona. Like I said, I choose my friends very wisely.
absolutely. Next we're going to go to Geechee and then Kev and then Snowden. And again, co host, if you want to add in anywhere on the conversation, please feel free to do so. You can raise your hand because we haven't hosted together in a while, and just so we can get our rhythm. It takes a little while. You definitely have top priority. So again, we'll pick up with Geechee and then Kev and Snowden.
Hola, hola, everybody. Oh, let me turn this off. Sorry about that.
So what? You can't speak without music now.
We can't
Well,
hear you, Geechee.
Geechee, the music took his voice. Are you still there? I know he dropped a little bit earlier, so he may be having some connection.
can you hear me
Are,
now?
yes, we
Okay.
can.
Wow, that was strange and weird. Okay, so sorry.
Elon doesn't want us to be great, but we keep trying.
I got a couple questions. First, I have a question for Near. I know that Israel has a parliamentary system. How does a new election happen? Does like one of the branches of government call for it, or does like does BB call for a special election? Like, how does that happen that y'all have another election that happens there in your country? Because I don't know how it works. I know it's a parliamentary system, but I don't know how that works. So that's my first question. Um, my second question is to Mark. Are we pretty much guaranteed now that the New York case will be the first case that goes to trial for Trump? And then and then after that, I will speak a little bit more. So those two questions first, and then I'll add more.
I would love to answer. So the first thing, what's happening right now, we are going to do whatever it takes to bring our government down. So the step down, including Benjamin Netanyahu, that is not even a leader anymore. He's just he bought by those fanatic right wing people that control our life. Now it's two ways to do it. Legally, he was not an idiot. He changed the law the minute that he stepped in. So right now it makes our life harder. But we have two ways. One way is to have five people from his side go to our side, meaning five people leave the Likud party or anybody from our government and step down, and then we can have in 90 days an election. This will be the easiest way that it's not going to happen. The second way, it's what we are doing. We are going to stop the country. We're not going to go shop. We are going to go protesting every day. We are going to not, I mean, everything going to be an emergency. And this is what we are doing right now. We started with the hospital too, that it's very, very sad that we actually going to do whatever it takes. No money. We don't want any support. Nobody. Support the people of Israel. Do not support the government. It's a big difference because the government does not represent us. So this is how we're going to do it. If we are not going to have an election by June 4th, Israel, I'm sorry to say, we are in trouble. We have till June 4th to do it. And we know that, right now, we have Biden on our side. And let me tell you, we have till March because we need to support Biden big time right now in Israel because this is what we are how we are going to step is going to step down because we have on the other side people in Israel that don't think that Biden is the right person for Israel when he's the only and the most. I don't know how to tell you how is he risked his own politic career for it. So right now it's Biden. We talk about United States all the time. We talked about Biden. We talk about America, and every time that they say no, they want Trump, we are like shutting them down, and we are showing them what Trump did and what Biden is doing. And this is how. So legally, if we can do it it will take 90 days to have an election. And it's going to be very painful. A lot of people are going to get hurt. We see violence on the street, but you know what? Right now, we don't care anymore. Enough is enough, and we're going to do whatever it takes. And let me tell you, it's going to be a civil war. And if, by the way, if we do not have October 7 war starting, we will be right now in a civil war in Israel. But they pulled so many people to the IDF, to the reserve, that we didn't do it. But then last Saturday, 2 days ago, we started. So this is how we are planning to get him out.
Right. And see, people forget, Nair, when you said that you were doing it before October 7th, and that is because there were 39 weeks of people marching in the street because Benjamin Netanyahu was trying to take over the judiciary system. And, think about that, folks,
Well,
because
he
right
did. He
now,
already changed it. This is the problem. He didn't try to do it. I wish he was trying. He already changed it. And this is
okay.
the problem.
Which is why you say you've lost your democracy. And see, this is why we can look at and say here in the United States that that's what the former guy is trying to do at this moment. And like he has done so many things and has not been held to account. The only places where he has been able to be held account is in our judiciary system. So you see why he attacks it continually. And Nair just told you and gave you an example of how quickly you can lose your rights when that judiciary system has been taken over. I mean, and they started the process by capturing the court, but we still have hope and we still need to allow that branch of our government to do their job and to hold them accountable. And I feel like we're seeing some of that at this particular time, but it is not going to be easy. The wheels of justice, unfortunately, turn very slowly. Thank you so much. Great question, Geechee, and great answer, Near. And Mark, are you ready for your answer to Geechee?
Yes, Geechee, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Can we pretty much say now that the first case that's going to go to trial for Trump is going to be the New York case regarding Stormy Daniels?
So yes, and there's actually a deeper answer to that question. So it's going to be interesting. So yes, that the New York case, the Manhattan DA case, is going to be the first to go because it's going next month, and there's no other cases that are going until May, which Judge Cannon has not vacated the mid May, I think it's mid May, trial date for the Mar-a-Lago case. They're not done with the classified information yet. They should be done already, but they're not done. I know pretrial motions are happening soon, but here's the dilemma that arises with your question to Jack Smith. Let's say that tomorrow, as expected, the Supreme Court denies the stay. It goes back to Chutkin. Obviously, the March trial date has been vacated for weeks now. She promised the defense that they get, I think, 7 or 8 months to prep for the case. I think that they were 88 days in, so they get about 2 more months at least, or 2.5 months. That puts the trial date in May, March, April, May. And so we're gonna have a dilemma here as to whether Judge Cannon is gonna stick to her May trial date or whether she's going to vacate that date and maybe Judge Chutkin takes the date. So that's going to be, I think it's Jack Smith. You might see a motion by the special counsel team to vacate the May date because the case is not ready, so that it opens up for Chutkin's case to go first. So that there's going to be some strategic and tactical maneuvering with regard to trial dates to get at least one in before the end of summer.
Does that answer your question?
Absolutely, absolutely. And thank you for that. Thank you, Near, and thank you, Mark. And my last thing today is about Biden and his age. I know it's going to be in the media. It's going to be in the media all the way through. But I just want to remind people, since we're talking about history, and there was that survey done of presidents that was released today, that the last three presidents that faced age issues were Eisenhower, Reagan, and Biden in their first elections, they were able to flip 5+ states because they were able to calm the electorate's nerves when it came to their age. They were able to show that they were youthful and virile enough to hold the job. And in 1984, for those that were alive in 1984, the cries about Reagan's age was very loud as well. And part of the reason why you had the backlash to their age or the anxiety about their age is that they also had a vice president that wasn't liked by the media. I think Kamala Harris is doing a great job as vice president, but it's very obvious that many people in the media don't like her. But that was also the case for Bush 41 and also for Nixon. The media didn't like them as well as they were vice presidents. So, with that being said, as I said last week, the only person that can quell the fears about his age is Biden, and his best opportunity to do that is going to be in the debates this fall with Trump. And I don't know if it means shouting Trump down or calling him a clown or making a joke that belittles Trump or emasculates Trump. I don't know what the answer to that is, but I'm confident that Biden can get that done. And that's all I have to share today. I'm going to continue to listen. I'm glad I got to hear that we have two good people in to substitute in for Soul Sister. I'm glad that we got the legal review here in the Fourth Estate joining you today, D. And I look forward to hopefully hearing more legal and more Fourth Estate spaces in the future. And one other thing, I want to blame Dawn for the temperatures in Indiana that were ridiculously cold.
Thank you, Geechee. Laying it on real thick about the fourth estate, ain't you? But I think it was No More is next, then Snowden, and then California activist nurse.
Well, hello there, Dee, my dear lost friend. I'm sorry I've been hiding out in the land of ghosting you people as I step in here from time to time to listen, but glad to hear all the familiar voices that I missed for quite some time. Mark, I see you every time I go into the Twitter feed. I'm so glad you're there because your legal knowledge is spot on. So I'm going to bounce two things off you, and then I'll speak about what I want to speak of. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not just the penalty that Engeron set forth, it's all the pre-trial interest on top of that. So realistically, when you look at everything, he's north of probably about 500, close to 600 million that he has to put forth between the two trials if he wants to appeal them, correct?
Mark?
Did you hear him, Mark?
I did not hear. I'm sorry.
Uh,
Can you?
not. So what I was saying was, correct me if I'm wrong, but if Trump wants to appeal, all right, he has to put up 120% of that which would be on the table. That's not just the
Hey,
penalty.
Kevin,
Yeah.
stick a pin in that because Mark is having some connection issues,
Okay.
it seems.
Yeah, I see it
And
drop.
when he comes back, then you can pick up.
Yeah.
Um,
So I'll go on to other topic here. So glad to see that we cleared the NYO3 with Swazi. That was fantastic. Once again, proving the pollsters wrong. He came forth with close to 9% when they were only looking at 3 or 4%. Once again, I do not pay attention to any polls anymore. Polls are crap. Prokopiak, Pennsylvania. There was another one. Polls only showed like 10%. He cleared about 25, 26%. And I think there was one out in the Midwest somewhere. It was Oklahoma or Missouri, one of those. But that was another bellwether where it just spoke volumes to the turnout. But getting off of that, yeah, I hear what Adam said about Arizona with highways. I mean, we got the same thing in Pennsylvania here, where we have one that goes through right through my backyard. It's been sitting there for 20 some years now that we've been waiting for the funds to come forward. It still hasn't happened yet. It's direly needed that we get a third lane on added to both each side. That highway is way under designed for this time frame, and it's needed. It's probably about 20 miles worth of highway that needs an extra lane on both sides. So that's going to be a pain for years to come whenever it happens. But yeah, there's just so much. I mean, I can't even wrap my head around all these things that are out there. I mean, gold sneakers, please. Victory 47, please. Where did he get that out of?
exactly.
Where did he get Victory 47 out of? The toilet. Come on. You know, it just it never ends. It never ends. Laura Trump, RNC co-chair, really? You know, is
I mean, can you see the grift all over that?
I mean,
And again, speaking to this taking over, it is no longer the Republican Party. This is the cult of Trump.
it is the
He
cult of Trump.
he has
Full.
taken over totally, and now he's getting ready to basically ruin them financially, and they will be going the way of the Whig party, and they will have to reconstitute in some other fashion. Because are we to believe that this man who has just been convicted and required to pay you know 350 something million for fraud, and having already been convicted and paid settlements for other businesses? I laugh when I think about it, not in a happy kind of way, but just sad that it's like, people, think about this. Believe your lying eyes. This man, part of the appeal to a lot of people when he ran the first time was he's a businessman, and he's going to run the country like a business. God help us if we do. America will be bankrupt. And essentially, that is what he is, seeking to do. He's already selling off, our secrets or whatever. He'll be selling our land and our water and everything else. I mean, because there are literally places in the country where the Saudis did buy up land. I can't remember. It wasn't Arizona, was it? Was it Arizona, Adam? Or no, it was one of those states, and that it could have been Oklahoma. But they bought up all these water rights and were over consuming, and so the constituents there didn't even have their supply, but they got a new.
Arizona. It was
Okay,
Arizona. Yeah.
yeah, and so the
So
governor
but the
did.
new governor appointed someone that stopped that. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So
It was all to
represent
feed their horses or something like
right.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Falcon sprouts.
right. So representation matters. So thank you again so much for coming up, Kevin. And again, like I
Yeah.
said, long time haven't had a chance to hear from you. So I'm glad this President Day brings you in. If you want to go back to the question you had for Mark,
Yeah,
um,
please, if you don't mind, I really would
yes,
like to.
yeah,
And
go ahead.
so, Mark, are you there, buddy?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Want to make sure. So, correct me if I'm wrong. All right, the penalty phase that Trump got for Carroll and the civil trial is north of like 400 and some million, but that is not inclusive of what was not shown in those court findings was the pre-trial interest for both of them. Plus, if he wants to appeal, he has to add another 20% into that mix. So he could be on the hook for close to 5 or 600 million just to put up on the table to do an appeal, right?
Yes, he has to post an appellate bond, which is it protects. These are laws that are passed, relatively recently, in this, well, not recently, but in the last decade or so, to protect the judgment creditor from um, being from not being able to collect the judgment. So, E. Jean Carroll, I don't think there's any prejudgment interest there because that was a judgment with punitive damages. So there's no prejudgment uh, uh, credits that go to that. It's just $83.3 million. But Trump has to post either a cash bond or a bond or guarantee that that 83 million is there. So when he loses the appeal, she gets the money without any more haggling. In the disgorgement New York case, even though the judge found 300 that the judgment was it totaled 350 million approximately. He also provided for prejudgment interest, which makes the total amount 450 million, and every day it goes up. So it's like the United States debt. Every day that it gets bigger than 450 million. So he's going to have to post a bond of almost over 600 million. Oh, actually, $500 million for both these cases somehow, or sell assets to cover not only the cost of the appeal to appeal, right, at $1,000 an hour, but also to.
Isn't there compounding interest on the E. Jean Carroll as well?
I think the interest is just the federal interest rate. I think it's just 10% annually per annum or something like that. I don't recall the specifics, but it's not the same kind of interest as the disgorgement case. They're two different cases, two different types of judgments. Um, so I hope that answers your question.
And then one real quick follow up because somebody brought up about Jack Smith trial. I believe it was D. Uh, so, and you had brought it up too, but my whole thing wondering about here is when she's going to get her patty slapped again from the 11th Circuit because she's really on the cusp there, and I'm wondering how much more Jack puts up with this and goes until he goes to the 11th Circuit or until he says, look, she's not being fair in the means of both of the parties. and she's, favoritizing one side over the other. She cannot be a fair and impartial jurist. We need to have her removed.
Well, he hasn't done it yet, and maybe he's, it's they're in on all the slow down decisions. Nothing is as bad. Nothing is as bad as what she did last year with regard to the special master to amount to removing her, and they haven't done it yet. So if they didn't do, if you heard me last year, or at least last summer, if they didn't do the removal once she was assigned the case, it's going to be hard to get her removed being this deep in with a trial date in 2.5 months. So that's not going to be something that is going to make the trial go quicker. It actually will delay the trial at this point. So I don't think that removal was in the cards right now, unless she does something totally egregious, like grant a dismissal of the case on grounds of presidential immunity or something like that. If she does something really stupid, that might be removal and also reversal of her opinion. But at this point, right now, that case. They're trying to go to trial as fast as possible, and she's trying to slow it down. Eventually, it's going to get to trial, whether it goes before November or not. It's probably not going to go before November, judging from that right now and the other cases that are lined up in Manhattan for next month, and then also the priority of the January 6th case in the DC circuit. I think that Jack Smith is going to choose Chutkin rather than try to push Cannon, and all the problems that come with that.
I'm just wondering how long he can go with her, especially with that old disclosure of witnesses from that one document, that Jack has been, up in arms about, the danger of disclosing them to Trump's people, and starting to have that whole background pressure campaign where they're trying to get them to clam up. That's
I don't,
that's my concern.
yeah.
But I just, it's too much to digest sometimes, D, and it's overwhelming. But you know what? Thankfully, we have Mark, and we have people out there that are good with this stuff. Andrew Weissman and Neil Katyal, and the whole bunch of them out there. I I rely on their knowledge on these things, and I appreciate every deep dive that you people do when these things come up. But getting off on that topic, D, thank you again for letting me come in and blather for a while. I'll land my plane here, and once again, I'm glad to hear all the voices in here, and hope and see that everybody's doing fine. Happy
Okay.
President's Day.
Yes, same to you. And again, you were my present today here in the space. Haven't been able to get you in for a long time because, I know you're still working for a living, and I understand that. You need to feed those kids and the family. But thank you for taking time out to come in today and to come up to share the good news from your state, and also to inquire of the great mind that we have in here with Mark. So, again, thank you, and I appreciate you. So, with that, next we're going to Snowden, who I believe wanted to kind of add something or had something in regards to Arizona. So, Snowden, welcome. How are you doing today?
Hey, Dee, great space today. Thank you so much for bringing me up. Yeah, Adam and Joseph, I'm in District 1. So, Joseph, when you come out, feel free to reach out to me. It's I'm in District 1 only because of the redistricting that happened. And it's like they put a little finger down underneath Schweikert's district to carve out, a huge chunk of our little blue dot
Hmm.
in
I know
Arizona.
exactly what they
Y-
did there.
Yeah, it's just, and it's literally a block away from Stanton's district again, and Stanton's been my rep since he first ran for office after he was mayor. And so I was so disappointed to see that Schweikert was there. Greg is very approachable. Schweikert, on the other hand, you can never get a hold of him. And I don't know if anybody's really tried to get meetings with him, but they're just not really responsive to much of anything. But
Uh,
it-
Interestingly enough, a long time ago, 'cause I had a question, and I was in this happened to be in the district. I called Schweiker's office, not like and I got the guy answered the phone. I was like, "What the heck?" I was like,
Really?
it blew my mind.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is everybody on
So
vacation or something?
I don't know.
Anyway,
I was like,
but
I was, but anyway, and then, but yeah. So that, I mean, I don't now probably would be very difficult, but so you're in District One. Are is that I mean, I know it goes all the way down
yeah,
Scottsdale
it
Road.
curves down now into the Arcadia area. So,
Okay,
but
got it, got it.
anyway,
Okay,
yeah,
yes,
and
okay.
I have a couple of bolos, but also I wanted to just chime in about the water rights issue. That was the Saudis actually needed to grow alfalfa, and
Mm-hmm.
what was so devastating about that is that alfalfa is one of the most water intensive crops, and putting the alfalfa right over one of our most pristine water tables was really going to start poisoning it with the glyphosate and all of that. And it was just a huge problem because it was going to take up a lot of our precious water reserves. But there were a couple of other things that I just wanted to say are bolos to watch out for, be on the lookout. I put down in the chat, Mark Elias, Democracy Docket, put out an advisory of 10 different lawsuits that are trying to overturn voter protections that have been passed in various states. 5 of the 10 are in Arizona alone. And what these lawsuits will do is basically limit access to ballot boxes without intimidation. And I'm sure everybody heard about all of these crazy people with their big trucks and big flags and guns and stuff. Intimidating voters as they went to drop off ballots at drop boxes throughout mainly like Maricopa County and Pinal County areas. But it was a real problem. And there were also some other things like, protecting the polling places from the same kind of thing. They had the consistent canvassing so that certain counties couldn't just canvass the way that they wanted to and basically disenfranchise voters by picking and choosing which ballots they want to count in their canvass. So that's just one thing to be on the lookout. And Mark Elias is on top of it, of course. He always is. The other one that I just wanted to bring up, I don't know if you've spoken about this yet or not, but the Alabama Supreme Court um, made a ruling basically that,
No, I didn't. So thank you.
yeah, in vitro fertilization embryos are now protected in the state of Alabama under the wrongful death of a child law, which was passed, I think, in 1870, if I'm not mistaken. And the reason that the lawsuit came about in the first place is that parents who lost embryos that were being stored, um, I guess there was some kind of a break-in or something like that, so they were suing to make it more punishable. They wanted to get damages for losing their frozen embryos, and because of that, it sort of backfired. And now in the state of Alabama, they're no longer going to have access to in vitro fertilization because the Supreme Court voted that an embryo, which isn't even it's called a blastocyst or something like that. At that stage at which they freeze the embryos, they don't even resemble an embryo at that point. So now it's going to be really inaccessible, and I'm sure that the case is going to wind up going up to the Supreme Court. So it'll be a really interesting thing to watch because damn well the Supreme Court will make it so that no in vitro fertilization can take place because they destroy embryos when people are done with them. So it's horrifying if you think about it. And they're saying this because they want to protect life. Well, if you're looking at 10 cells in a circle and calling that life, great, you're preventing hundreds of thousands of new lives from coming into the world for with
It,
people
it
who
it's
can't
such a
have children.
crock. I mean, if they
It
really
is.
wanted to protect life, when they refuse to address any type of gun safety issues, when the number one cause of death of children in this country right now is
Hmm.
guns.
Yep.
Okay. And there are so many others. We have states, fortunately, and at this point, our state wasn't one of them, but we have states that are refusing federal funds that would feed, you know, low income family kids during the summer when they're not in school, because when they're in school, they have access to the lunch programs and things, but it it becomes more, dangerous when they're not in school, and the federal government has funds that they have provided to states, but many of the southern states, and Mark, I think yours was one of them, the last one that I saw, that refused to take these funds. Am I right?
That is correct. They
Yeah.
just did that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Yeah, it's
tell me
breaking
again
laws.
how you care about life. You don't.
Yeah.
This is propaganda, and they are trying to play on people's religious beliefs and fears. And this
Mhm.
is where we have to call them on it, you know, and as you pointed out earlier, or someone did, I can't even remember now, but we have been past the year of Roe being overturned now, so people have consequences. They have suffered consequences because of it, and so lawsuits are being brought against them. There are many from women here in Tennessee. We have a new candidate, Allison Phillips, or Allie Phillips, who is running because of her reproductive rights uh, issue, causing her to have to leave the state to obtain the care that she needed. And there are just so many horrific stories. And we knew that this would happen. But it's almost like they love the find out stage. Like you can't tell people, and some people who, they're so bought into the cult ideology or whatever, like they have to see the danger, and some of them, even when they see the danger and the harm, it has to come to them, to their door, before
Mhm.
they recognize it for what it is, and that is infuriating to me, but we
Oh,
all know it happens.
it is. And the other thing is that, they're going to force all these people to have babies, and yet, they've forced the close down of all of the Planned Parenthood facilities, and they're trying to do away with the Medicaid for women to actually be able to afford to have a baby. And then, doing away with SNAP and all. It's so hypocritical. But
Again,
yeah.
like I said, it's very hypocritical, and we have to call out the hypocrisy and state the facts, because when you talk about snaps, my state right now is 9 months. You hear me? 9 months behind in processing SNAP applications.
Jeez. Yeah.
Okay? And
It's
that is
horrifying.
designed on purpose.
Hmm.
It's a feature for them, because it's to dissuade people and to stop them. And they do the same thing with unemployment benefits as
Yeah.
well. And
Yeah.
I experienced that during the pandemic, and it was only after reaching out to my state lawmaker did things move quickly and almost immediately. But everyone is not going to know to do that, or perhaps be able to as quickly, and so again, like I said, it's a feature and not a bug. It's just another way of not caring about the people in their state, as they, claim to be the party of family values or whatever. They're forcing all these people to have babies that already know that perhaps there will be medical issues, or that they can't afford them. And what happens when they can't keep them? They can't. Maintain them in the way that they should, then they get taken away to the state. Well, in my state, again, we have a DCS, which is the Department of Child Services, very near collapse. It was a little less than a year and a half ago that they had such a problem that children were sleeping in the DCS offices on the floors in various places. They got
Mhm.
some new leadership, and it didn't really get any better. They just moved them from the offices to, they found a few facilities, and they were placing a lot of them in these facilities. And one of the QC employees for the department, which meaning, quality control, her job is to go around, inspect and report. And we talked about how there is a lack of inspection and reporting last week when we talked about, the problem with the silicosis issue in California manufacturing of, synthetic stone. But they had an inspector. The inspector went to a facility, and she was so appalled, and she did a report. There were kids there who had not, didn't remember when they had eaten, or when
Yeah.
their meal was served the night before. Older kids had taken their meal. There were holes in the walls. There was plumbing that was not operable. And so she took her report to her boss, and then she got in trouble, in so much trouble that she eventually resigned, because her boss was more concerned about the bad press that the agency would receive than she was about the conditions in the home that had
Wow.
been reported on, and actually told her, if you think that one's bad, wait till you visit the one in Clarksville. And Clarksville happens to be where the military base is, and where this young lady I just mentioned, Allie Phillips, is running. That's her district. So, yeah, don't tell me you
Wow.
care about people or kids or
Yeah,
life.
they don't. They don't. Well, one last quick thing, which might put a smile on some
Or
people's faces,
privacy.
but
Don't
the
forget about that. That was
oh
part of a major ruling in the 70s.
yeah,
It took
exactly.
away all privacy once Roe versus Wade was gone. And
Right.
then HIPAA, when HIPAA was in place in 1996, uh, they didn't anticipate the technology that we'd have now. So
Yep.
this whole
And it's
thing,
really serious. So now they can find out when women are menstruating. It's just ridiculous. But
yeah.
anyway, one last quick thing. I don't know if you heard this or not, but Donald Trump's GoFundMe page was taken down apparently because he's not supposed to be raising funds on GoFundMe for legal defense fees. So just a little interesting tidbit.
Well, that did bring a smile to my face, Snowden. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I thought that would brighten everyone's day. But anyway, I'm not always here, Dee, but I always listen after the fact, and I just love what you do in these spaces. And thank you so, so much. And thanks, Mark and Donnie, too. And hello to everybody. And thank you. Thanks for bringing me up.
Well, thank you. You added some great points to the conversation. So much appreciated. And I'm glad that you were able to join us today, because you hit on the Alabama thing, which had not been on my list. It's on my timeline, but like I said, it's been a hellacious week. So, anyway, up next we have who is after Snowden. I'm sorry, I just turned my page.
California.
Yes, California native. And you don't often get to come too, so I'm so happy to have you here. How are you today?
Hey, Dee. Hey, Mark, Danny, and all you great people. I swear, this feels like a family reunion to me. So thank you all. Dee, I just want to say, hearing those devastating conditions really broke my heart. I do the ergonomic consulting for people who work in a county near here who are burnt out and trying their best. And as people know, we do have a lot of houseless people and, people really struggling in California because it's so expensive to live around here. Even Salinas supposedly is more expensive when you compare everything than New York City. I came across something about that just to give you an idea how expensive it is in this area where people are growing the food for California and most of the country. So where to start? First of all, Snowden. I keep checking that GoFundMe, which has really been bugging me. Trump's GoFundMe, and it still seems to be up when I hit the refresh. So I'll have to like re-Google it and see if that's really. But I hope you're right. Last
Try clearing your cache on your browser. That might help.
do what? Wait, say that again.
Oh, clear the cache on your. Adam might be able to describe that to
Oh,
you.
oh,
Yeah, on
oh,
your
oh. Okay,
browser.
I gotcha. Okay,
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you never know. I mean, they're the ones who announced it. GoFundMe is the one that
okay,
announced it.
good.
So it should be down. And you know what? I need to go check too.
Okay,
But if not, then we should
yeah,
raise Cain
I
about it
reported
because
it.
they really
Exactly,
that would be
because
against their terms of service.
Right,
yeah, because he is also not one to follow rules and regulations. So yeah, I'll be checking that later myself, and I'm glad to know that his latest form of grifting has been shut down.
right. Yeah. So I've been kind of torturing myself with going and like I watched Jon Stewart because somebody said he mentioned COVID, and I always like to check and see if these people are saying ridiculous things about COVID. And it was just so anti-Biden. I was like most of you, furious. I won't be watching again. And then I also listened to Ezra Klein. He did a show about how Biden should resign. It's only like 25 minutes long, but the ironic thing with that one, and it's, of course, all about his age, is he talks about how way back in 1968, they had like an open convention, nobody was the nominee. And quote unquote, this is what he said. He said it was a shit show. So it's like, if you know it was going to be a shit show, if Biden wasn't the nominee, why are you advocating for it? Like, it's hurting my brain. Like, I don't understand.
Same, same. It's so ridiculous. And with the, I'm going to let you finish, but you made me think about the crazy No Labels interview this
Oh
weekend
God.
too. Same
Yeah.
thing.
It's just
Yeah,
it's
but go
yeah,
ahead.
it's hurting my brain. And then I've been in a couple of spaces lately that have surprised me. I was actually listening anonymously to this one. Oh God, what is her name? It begins with a D. It's like Dana or Dara. I think it's Dara. She's the one who's always posting about the sexual abusers. And she did a space last night about, oh, I'm just talking about just his age. And it's just, I, I feel like there's just a lot of people who are not knowledgeable of what is going on. So I guess one of my questions to you is like, how much of the, like a lot of people share Trump stuff that's just kind of BS, him being dumb or whatever. But I try to share the stuff that show what a friggin' criminal and angry and lunatic person that he is, and mainly try to be sharing pro Biden material. And then the day before that, I was in another space with a guy who is one of my pro vaccine activist kind of guy. That's his focus. And he wasn't very political. And I guess I found out, he had been a Republican at one time. And he's very pro Biden, but um, he said something like, well, Biden's not my favorite. And oh, Kamala Harris, she really couldn't win. And it just, kind of breaks my heart. I mean, it's Black History Month. Shout out to Black History Month. And you know, so much shit has gone on with Fanny and everything else. It's just, so many things are just so in your face about how racist this country is. Let's just put it that way. And
So racist that they were doing crazy stuff like the Nuremberg laws were crafted with the help of
yep,
some Americans, eugenics, and they came and they visited and they saw some of the things that were being done to people who were the targets of of American white supremacists, and they were too grotesque and far afield for the
yep,
Nazis. So wrap your head
yep,
around that.
exactly. Yeah, and one thing that really broke my heart that I came across was a tweet about how back in the time where black people were routinely being lynching, that people, white people, would write letters to the families of the victims and describe in great detail what was done to the black person. I mean, I have no words. It just makes me want to cry. It's just so cruel. Anyway, so
Exactly. And they don't want that history being taught, but it happened. They can't erase it. And I like what you said. And that's some of the time, one, I do listen occasionally, not that much, to those kind of spaces just to kind of keep my finger on the pulse, but not so much as to change my energy. Because if you listen to the craziness too much, and I just unplug, or I post pictures. I find good stuff to focus on, because where our mind goes, our energy follows, and so that way, and we are way past this. Really, at this point, it's not even a typical. Even though we're having an election, it is not about politics at this point. It is no longer a political game. This is ideology. This is a battle for the soul of our country. We cannot win it with memes. So I don't do them. Sometimes it's good for comic relief. I don't spend a lot of energy on them, rotating them, amplifying them. I'm trying to get information out. I am way past trying to make people laugh. We all know the former guy's
right.
crazy.
Yeah, no, I totally appreciate what you post. I noticed that about your account, D. I really, really like how you the work that you do and what you do share, and I do like, the periodically break. I do love lovely pictures as well. That's like my hobby. My main hobby is taking pictures myself. So yeah, I definitely appreciate that. So last but not least, I shared something. I know maybe this is addressed to Near. I shared something about a change in a policy that has to do with giving money to countries where there's like going to be supposedly like some kind of rule that the money can't be used to kill citizens. And I don't understand if this is anything truly big or if this is because I am still worried. I still have that crazy mother who's, beyond Palestinian
Well,
protester, you know, anti
yeah,
Biden.
but the thing of it, right, but the thing of it is like laws are only as good as their enforcement.
Right,
So,
exactly.
but Nira can speak to that because that is not the intent of the American military aid that is given there either.
Yeah.
So, Nira, if you want to respond pretty
Yeah,
quickly, I do want
I
to
will
get
do
to
it
the other hands.
I do it really quick. I think one of the things that we have to remember that most Israelis, we are people of peace. We want to end this war, and we're going to fight for this war. This war is crazy, and yes, we don't forget October 7th. But you know what? To be honest with you, we just need to stick together as Democrats, not just in the United States, all over the world, because Democrats are everywhere, in every country, in every place. And this is all I have to say, that we are going to fight for freedom, for democracy all over. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. I really appreciate that. And, one of the things that I've discovered in some of the COVID spaces is that, yes, like in Australia and in New Zealand and Canada, it's the right wing people that are doing all this crazy anti COVID vaccine stuff, etc. And of course, anti people of color bullshit and misogynistic, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, you're right. It's democracy is under attack everywhere, and I'll land my plane there so other people can speak. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, California Nurse, and I appreciate it. It is. It is not just here in our country, but because we are in election season, we have to give focus to that. But it is an international problem as it was in World War II. And that's how it works. When these nations start to see avenues to get in, they will choose those avenues, those that want to see countries under authoritarian rule. And this country, we're very steeped in it now. And in places and states like mine, where there are red trifectas, it's happening. So we do have to stay focused and know what's at stake. Literally, our democracy. We have no time to be laughing and joking with Trump. He is a joke, but he is a very dangerous joke that we don't want to be the brunt of. They did the same thing to Hitler. It's not productive to spend a lot of energy and time doing that. It may make you feel better, but it is not furthering the cause of democracy and the actions that we need. And I would just encourage everyone to focus on those actions, not just for yourself, but for those around you, those who may see your tweets and those you encounter. So, next, we're going to go to Mickey. So glad that you came up today. Ingrid and Kevin.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for letting me speak. I actually kind of hoping to get some input. I'm going to a political club meeting, and one of the candidates, well, is going to be speaking, will be Barbara Lee, who is a California state senatorial candidate. And I like Barbara Lee on many, many things. One of the things I disagree with her is the whole, and I'm not saying the calling for a ceasefire, because I do think the call for a ceasefire is great, but I disagree with where those calls are being given and or being placed at the foot of Biden, and creating a lot of anti Biden Harris anti voter sentiment. So, I'm trying to figure out how to broach this kind of, or at least, state my argument about it. And for me, I'm like, it's, why aren't these people? I can understand people, and Near, I'd like your input because I believe you're there in Israel now, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I don't want to be offensive to anybody who's in Israel, who has been the victim of, who's suffered through this um, most recent terrorist attack. Because I've always said, I think a lot of the people currently in Israel, I'm like, Netanyahu is Israel's Trump. A lot of people, he barely won, and a lot of people don't like the policy. So this whole thing about blaming the entire country of Israel would be like blaming all of the US for the craziness that Trump does. So that's one, my point. And then two, I'm like, Hamas is a terrorist organization. Where exactly are you? You're not protesting in front of that? Where's their embassy? Who are you sending those letters to? Because, to me, if you were going to then say ceasefire, you would be protesting equally in some ways, equally. I'm just going to say, in front of Hamas and in front of Israel. Those two parties, you know, take your issues up being, those would be the two parties. So, I that's my sentiment. I don't want to, like I said, I wanted, since Near was on the space, is that what you think is a non-offensive argument to make? Because I just, like I said, I don't want to be offensive. And I'm horrified at, I don't like recently what has happened to the Palestinians in Israel. I can want there to stop what the and it is, kind of bordering on genocide, but to fully throw that at the feet of Israel and not Hamas is, in my opinion, incorrect. So I just wanted some feedback.
I just want to say one thing. First of all, what's happened in October 7, it's just like if you compare it, just think that we have 10 million people, we have 300 and something million people in America. So we lost 1,200 and something people. Okay,
Yes.
so if you equal to United States, it's about 40,000 people. Just imagine we lost 40 something thousand people. Hamas is a terrorist attack organization in the must go, not for just for Israel, for the people of Palestine.
Right.
This is I believe, and this is what we believe in Israel, that Hamas is not good for people, just like any. It's just unbelievable. The terrorist organization is hold, the Palestinian people are getting hold hostages by Hamas. So we are here for the Palestinian people, not for Hamas. We will fight Hamas because what Hamas is doing, his vision is to destroy the Jewish state of Israel. The problem is that we have a government of fanatic Jews. Some of them are terrorist Jews that go to the settlement and do horrible things to the Palestinian people. And this is why we need to bring our democracy back. And this is why we need to be fair and honest and not spread fake news. And this is what we are doing right now, that the world need to know. This government that we have right now, they are the worst when it comes to be to equality. And yes, I will tell you even worse than this. Even the Israeli Arabs, okay, the Israeli Arabs right now are suffering because this government. You know why? Because always the groups that are more little, the LGBT, the Afro, I'm sorry, the black people here, they are the ones that are suffering here. I'm suffering just because I'm gay. So I don't want to say the F word, but yes, they need to go now, just like Hamas. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Because like I said, I try to raise this issue. I don't think it's worth, I mean, I think we can fight against the genocide that is happening to Palestinians by fighting
I just want
Hamas.
to, I'm sorry that I have to cut you because, when I think about genocide, it's a little different than what's happening here. And I'm not here to say,
Okay.
I mean, I feel so horrible for every Palestinian
Right.
child that get killed. But when people use the word genocide for what's happened, it's exactly that you can say about United States when they went, to Iraq and after September 11th. So you guys be careful when you use the word genocide because you're doing exactly what the other side is doing. This is what the poor Palestine, they don't even know what's happening, and they even sometimes they don't even put the right flag of Palestine. So, it's not a genocide. It's a horrible war that it should be stopped long time ago. Absolutely should stop. But please don't use the word genocide because when I think about genocide, Israel have no mission to kill the Palestinian people. We are here and we were very clear. We are against Hamas. And this is what we are doing. And we'll do whatever it takes. We can never get rid of them because they're terrorists. It's tomorrow. Today it's Hamas. Tomorrow it's going to be a different name. But no, it's not a genocide.
Okay, I accept that correction because it is hard to find the right words for the horrific mass casualties right now. And that is not to undermine at all the mass casualties and horrific attacks on October 7th, and Israelis who are still being held hostage and who, you know, even though we don't always hear a lot about it, I'm sure are continuing to die. So it is trying to find the right word to describe the scale is sometimes difficult. So I, like I said, but I apologize and in no way don't want to be
No, no, no,
insulted.
no, no. It's not you. It's we just need to. It's nothing to do with you. I love you. I think you're awesome. I just think we need to watch our word because the minute we see genocide, it's exactly what the
He's saying
ex-president
it plays into their propaganda.
Oh,
So,
I get it. And like I
hmm
said, when you're trying to put your words together, you're like, how do I describe this? Because it doesn't, I guess I'm going to say, the horrific mass casualties, you know, and that's kind of like why I'm kind of trying to sound this out so that I can kind of sit there and say, listen, this is not the correct approach. And
Mickey,
here's
you're
my reasons
absolutely
why.
right. A war is not the answer. But I do have to say, what's happening right now need to stop. And with Biden, and again, I'm going to go back to Biden, we have the best president that I'm telling you, I trust is my president in Israel. I don't trust my Benjamin Netanyahu. He's the worst. So I do want to say thank you for saying what you're saying, because you know what? I will not, say nothing, but I love people. And Palestinian people, and children are children, and we must stop it. And this is why we are Democrats. This is why we want Benjamin Netanyahu out. And I'm speaking for most Israeli people. Thank you.
Thank you, Nair.
Thank
Does that help you some, Mickey? I understand, and I'm glad that you kind of came in here and that Nair was here for you to bounce that off of, because words do matter. And I do think that their intentions are well meaning, but they're not helpful. They're dangerous in the way that they're going about, like these ceasefires, and, like cities declaring them, city councils and things, that is not going to move the needle. This is high level diplomacy, and our president gets the nuance. So do the people in his State Department. And what they're doing is basically feeding into a narrative that could be very harmful to their cause in the end. Because I go back to the thing of,
Yeah.
if not Biden, we have a Republican, and it doesn't matter whether it's Trump or whoever. They
And they need
have
to
the
look
Project 2025, and they are against immigrants. Okay.
and they need to look at some of the you know Arab neighbors who aren't also doing what they should be doing to, one, accept people into their countries, and two, to really, some are begrudgingly, I think, I don't, or participating in this peace, in these, ceasefire talks, which I think are good. But, I the region kind of needs to be responsible for, coming together and enforcing a real two-state solution.
Absolutely. And this is what our president and his State Department leaders are trying to negotiate. But just think about what that would look like if they were coming to the former guy and trying to negotiate. Okay?
Well, for me, I'm a firm believer that, no offense, and I don't have proof, so I'm trying not to delve into conspiracy theories. But, this, who knows what information he sold where to whom or whatever. And, combine that with this, everybody remember, if those of us are old enough to remember what happened to Jimmy Carter. And
Yes, I talked about it. I opened the space talking about that, and it is
yeah,
not beyond Republicans to create an international crisis. I mean, Trump even said it, that he accused, and when they accuse, it's projection. And look, my fabulous co-host has dropped in. Um, but he tried to accuse Obama of wanting a war with Iran to stay in power. So it is not, to me, and this is not being too conspiratorial, it is not beyond reason to me that they had not put some of these things in motion. Bibi himself, and Nir can attest to this, because they had moved much of their military from that southern border. They had moved them over to the western side. They ignored warnings that they had in advance about there being issues, because it didn't fit their narrative, and they were coming from women. So these are the kinds of things, they're nuanced, and anyone marching around thinking, that is going to solve it. But mostly, some of these people need to be understand that they're tools. They are being used by various nonprofits, one of many being Code Pink, and they are caping for China. Okay, so it's designed in I feel in a way to destabilize our government, to make us look like the bad guys, the warmongers or whatever. But um, I am so glad again that you approached it. I'm so glad that my co-host came in here, because I know she has a lot of Palestinians who live in her area. She grew up with them. So I don't know if she wants to speak to it at this time. I'm going to move her up the queue and give her some preference. If you're finished, Mickey, if you had anything else you wanted to add,
No, I'd like to hear some input. I don't want to,
uh,
speak and kind of be uninformed with communities who are, I think we're all impacted, but who are more deeply impacted.
great. Well, let's hear the voice of Soul Sister, who can, I think, shed some real time light on that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ms. D, for giving me an opportunity to speak in here. I've been able to listen off and on, but I was actually able to be sitting and hearing the question and conversation right at the moment. And, you know, it's it's very much earlier I did hear Danny say they want to exploit the hurt. This is another campaign to exploit the hurt. There are many people that do feel sincerely offended that that they don't see the US taking a stronger stand. They'd like to see no more aid coming to Israel in order to, further this ceasefire campaign. And that's not realistic. They know that. They understand it. They do not care. They just want it to stop. There are many who don't see Hamas the same way as we understand Hamas. I don't know how. I really don't. I have no excuses for that. I'm just stating what I know from conversations that I have recently had. And what many don't understand is that there are extremists that, even though they have family that is being affected, living in that geographical area, they are their anger, their fear, their emotions are all being stoked. Then when you have leadership adding to this, it only makes them feel more righteous in their anger. And they don't want to talk about what the danger of what they're asking and what they're doing is going to, how it's going to affect the country that they're currently living in, which is a shame. It's right now, it's about this very visual, very vocal campaign, and it is to raise, for some, it's to raise their own level of importance, whether it is in the electoral vote or whether it is in their government position. And I agree with Ms. D. There is absolutely nothing that a city council or a mayor or these random people coming out and saying ceasefire. It is more about them being able to add to this list, and that at the end of it, be able to say, or as it's going on, be able to say, see, look at how many people disagree with what you're doing, President Biden. And I don't know that that's exactly what these mayors and state representatives are saying. I don't believe that. I believe what they're saying is, yes, we want a ceasefire. We support that. And I believe that's where it stops. I believe that that's where it stops for a lot of people, unless you're out there throwing, red paint at Nancy Pelosi's house, then obviously you want something quite different. And it is really, really frustrating because, you know, um, it is going to affect things. And I looked some things up. So nationwide, in the 2020 election, 64% of Muslims or Arab Americans voted for, well, it was specific to Muslims, voted for Biden, and 35% for the former guy. In Michigan, 70% voted for Biden. And Biden won by 155,000 votes here. Okay. There are 200,000 Muslim Americans registered in Michigan right now, and 145,000 of them voted in 2020. Just to give you some type of understanding of how crucial what is happening in Michigan really is. I think that it is in such poor, taste is not even the right word, judgment, that Rashida Tlaib is taking up this campaign along with her sister to discourage voters from voting for President Biden in the upcoming primary. And I've had people come back to me and say, well, it's just in the primary to show how displeased we are with him. And what they don't understand is that once they've gotten some of those people, many of those people, to vote uncommitted, that they may remain uncommitted. And we cannot be playing. And they just don't seem to be understanding how significant what they're doing is negatively going to affect themselves, their families, the electoral vote.
We
Uh,
did it in 2016. It did not work.
it does not work. Protest voting is really voting against your own self. And I do not understand, and I will not understand, because I don't think that they can truly vocalize to me and justify it to me how or why they do it. It is not going to help them, and it is only going to hurt us. What Rashida Tlaib is doing, and I have very much, very much been very careful about criticizing her in this space, on the timeline, et cetera, because those people voted for her. Her constituents, and when I say those people, I'm talking about her constituents. I'm not misnaming anyone. I am not trying to be in any way phobic about any culture. But those constituents voted for her. And because they voted for her, and because I do know that she is out in her community, she does do the work for her community, I cannot disparage her in too harsh of a way. But what she's doing currently, this campaign that she has decided to sign herself onto and become an active mouthpiece for, is utterly ridiculous. It makes me so angry. I
I
am
think
so disappointed and angry with what I'm seeing here in Michigan, that I just don't understand it.
I
I'm so
get it's, and I think that's why the rest of us kind of need to find words to raise the issue of the strategy. And I think that's what I'm going to do, is raise the issue of the
the
downfall,
downside of this
downside to this strategy,
of this strategy. Yes.
and that
Yes.
it doesn't really help them achieve their objectives.
No, it will never help them achieve their objectives. I even said to someone like yesterday, I'm glad you think that you can negotiate peace better than the president right now. It is ridiculous to think that you can't. They have all of these scenarios. Well, he's not doing it fast enough. He is one piece of the piece that they are trying to work towards.
And they've
And
got to, look at the history and how many decades have we been trying to negotiate this? And very purposely, every time they get close, some entity pulls some sort of nonsense to drag everybody in the region back into conflict.
well,
And they were
this,
close to making an agreement when October 7th occurred,
but
which leaves me suspect of the timing of
right,
this.
but
Yeah.
the people need to realize, and this is the quiet part being said out loud. People need to realize that there are extremists on both, excuse me, on both sides. There are Israelis who do not want to see a two-state existence, and there are Palestinians who do not want to see a two-state. They each believe firmly that they are owed this governance of of this geography, and they can pretend. They've been pretending, I believe, or negotiating in bad faith is how I'll put it, to as if they want a two-state solution. And I don't believe that at the end of the day, the people who are in power want to see that. Because if that were the case, there have been so many opportunities recently. And like you said, Misty, even just prior to October 7th, that this was going to come about, and many times after. And each time, both sides have a reason why. Well, no, I'm not going to do it because of this, and I don't want to do it because of that, and we're not going to do it unless it has this, and we're not going to. And what does it sound like to you? Just look at what's happening
Republican.
right. Exactly what is happening here in America, and if I really just. I need people to open their eyes to it. I don't know why they think that President Biden has this such tremendous power that he can actually make someone do something. It is not it's not within his reach to do that.
And
And
I
while he might have been there might have been a better way to start this, a better way to initially address this, we're here today and he's doing a pretty damn good job on how he's approaching this. And it's so sensitive and it's so explosive and it's so fragile at the same time. And I just can't hold my peace about it anymore. I really think that I want those people to STFU right now. I cannot do it anymore with them about this because
Yeah,
I
I know.
just
I
don't
want
see
to use my
how they don't get it.
they
Sorry.
con going on, quite frankly,
Yes.
and that is, and the other piece of it is they say President Biden can stop the aid. No, Congress would need to cut off the aid
Yes.
because it's a multi-year agreement that Congress enacted. I mean, yes, Biden has kind of, nibbled around within his discretionary spending to say, I want to increase. But that big, huge multi-year, that's Congress. And they would
Yes.
be the ones who would have to stop the aid to Israel.
And the
Can I just
funny
say,
thing is
can I
the
just say one
Republicans
thing?
don't want to. Um,
Exactly.
they keep wanting to push
Thank you.
bills to fund Israel, but not Ukraine. And both of these things help authoritarian strongmen.
Can I just add one thing because
Hmm.
I love when Soul Sister was speaking. I do want to say one thing that we need to understand. The easiest question, because I have a lot of Muslim friends in Michigan, because my brother was living in Marquette and his kids went to school in Michigan. I do have to say one thing about my friends because we think they are all going to not vote, for Biden. The biggest answer that we have to give them, and it works for me at least, and my friends, it's the other choice, our ex-president, will be much worse for them. It's that simple. Because, when we bring them to, do you think that our ex-president really care about Muslim? He doesn't. So they're going to get
He's
much
already
worse.
announced, even in a campaign speech, that they will be
Absolutely.
deported, and not just maybe undocumented ones, but he specifically said those who are out there protesting now. Okay. So the fact that they can even be out protesting is because we're in a democracy. He would shut that down in a heartbeat. And you have gone beyond protesting when you dump manure on Speaker Emeritus' lawn and you paint on the sidewalk. That's destruction of property. That's not peaceful protesting. Now, that's what you have the right to do under the First Amendment, but you don't have a right to destroy other people's property. And this is, like what they're going to, and we have to understand this is performative, and what they're doing is performative, and the performance will end very, very badly because they are perpetrating the narrative that the Republicans and Benjamin Netanyahu want to, because they know that the unrest in this country serves their purpose. So go ahead, so sister.
I just wanted to say, I wanted to respond to Near Near. I hear what you're saying, but I've had conversations with the Dearborn constituency, many of whom you see their names in the paper. Okay. And what I'm telling you is that they say, I have lived through one, I can survive another. Because in their minds, they believe that the rights and the structures that are currently in place will still be in place to somewhat, kind of, sort of protect them in some way the next time. They accuse you of using scare tactics. They are not willing to listen. And I don't know if this is something that they actually believe, but it is definitely, if you talk to them, they all say the same thing. They're not willing to hear you. And I believe it's because they understand. In Michigan, let me say say something. In Michigan, we understand staying on message because we have many different arms of where we have to stand on message, whether it's with the union, whether it's with our rights as women, whether it's whatever the issue might be. They understand it in such a way that they will not stop saying it. So whether they believe differently or whether or not they're going to go into the voting booth and vote differently, that's not something that we can predict or say for certain. All I know for certain are the words coming out of their mouth that is being printed in the papers, that is making national news, and not just national news in print, but national news on television consistently. And Rashida Tlaib does her constituents and the state of Michigan and the country that she lives in a disservice because she too is touting the same message.
I just want to say I agree with you 100%, and we need to be absolutely. I don't know how to say it, but I think that a lot of everything you said is true, and we cannot lie to the truth. Yes, they are they don't feel safe. They feel that, but we need to remember that Biden, and you said it so beautiful in the beginning. Biden maybe didn't start on the right way, maybe not, I don't know. But right now, it's very clear it's about two-state solution, and this is what we need to pump out, that Biden is about two-state solution. Two-state solution. And yes, what she's doing is hurting us, is hurting her own people, and in the future, it's going to hurt them more than anybody else. I agree with you 100%.
Okay. Well, I have quite a few hands up, so I want to kind of keep it moving to give everyone a chance to chime in. We have Miss Malarkey, who is next, then 2K, and oh, I'm sorry, Kevin. Um, did you have a quick question or something? Because I know you had spoken earlier, but I wanted to get to some of the new voices. Did you have something in relation to this, Kevin? All right. We're going to move. I'll come back to Kevin.
By me for a second. I'll be back later.
Okay. All right. Cool. So Miss Malarkey, 2K, and then LNZ. Oh, I'm sorry, Ingrid, because you've dropped and come back up a few times. So um, Ingrid, and then Miss Malarkey.
Thank you. Oops, mic is not working.
We can hear you. I
Oh,
don't know
you
if you can.
can? Oh,
I
that's good.
can.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Miss D and Mark and Danny. I didn't drop off. Something dropped me off and I had to come back in because I couldn't hear. But I am so happy that Soul Sister came in because I was thinking about her. So I feel like I manifested her in this space because I was in a space last night and they were talking about Michigan. And I had my little 2 cents to add about that. And I felt that, yes, Rashid Tlaib is not doing a good service for her constituents. And I also believe that maybe Nancy Pelosi needs to go have a chit chat with her to kind of like let her know how the sausages are made. She has to realize that I believe she's generation American, and she has to realize that she has an important platform. She is a representative, and she has a platform that where her country doesn't have a seat at the table at the UN, and she has an opportunity to do so much better than what she's doing now. And I agree with you, soul sister, any discouragement to go and vote against Biden to show some sort of protest vote, you will lose a lot of people. That was the same thing that happened in 2016 with Barney, with Sanders. A lot of people had their protest vote, and when it came to the general election, a lot of people, with just having Comey said what he said, a lot of people never came back. So, and we lost it. So we have to make sure that she knows because I always say 150K. I said more than 150K voted for Biden. So Michigan is very crucial. And it is also a swing state and is also a state where they try to put fake electors. So it's a state that they want to create chaos. And someone really needs to pull her on the side and let her know there are better ways of skinning the cat, and this is not the way to do it. So maybe she's a little wet behind the ears and needs to know how compromise works. And if she really wants to help her constituent, she needs to get the support from Biden and maybe together have like some sort of town hall or some sort of whatever and let them know that yes, he is working, and because he's not the only one that can make the decision here, he needs their support to give him the strength to be able to continue to fight for them. And that's a lot of times we forget that part. Biden needs the wind beneath his wings, and we are the wind. We are the one that got to propel him, and we have to continue doing whatever we can to do so. And I really enjoying this space. Everybody's bringing something wonderful to the discussion. I think we are ready. We noticing that the Republicans will do just about anything to stay in power. They tried to steal 2020. Don't be surprised if they did not do this chaos that's going on in the Middle East and whatnot, because we do have missing documents. We do know that they play dirty. So there's no conspiracy here. All we got to do is connect the dots. And it's quite possible that they did because they are willing to do anything, even dishonoring their oath to the Constitution to stay in power. So I just wanted to say those couple of things. And thanks again, Danny and Mark and Dee, for having this wonderful space, and Soul Sister for coming in and giving it from your end, because you're right, you're living in it. And it's wonderful to hear from different people from different states sharing their perspectives. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And she is up for reelection. So that is also driving her behavior as well. So, we
But
have to keep.
negatively though, that's the sad part.
Yes, it is. So it's kind of like Republicans throwing red meat to the base. She's throwing, the red meat to her base, and it is hurting the democracy and President Biden's um, agenda. So thank you so much for coming and joining in the conversation. It has been wonderful. And I'm going to keep us moving along. And those of you who have spoken before, I got you, but I want to get our new speakers first. So Malarkey, 2K, and then LMZ. And then I will grab some folks who have spoken before who want to chime in again. And I'm loving it. It means that we're having some good discourse here. So, Malarkey, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you for having me, Dee and
Mhm.
Mark and Danny. And I see so many great people that we've spoken with so many times. So wow, a lot of things have been said, and I was kind of like, oh wow, okay, like I want to say something about that, and that, and that. So I'll try to be brief. And Neer, I have a question for you, but I want to say a couple things. So if you could stick around, that'd be awesome. Oh, and it looks like he's gone. Rats. All right. Well, maybe I can get him another time. Um, okay, so first of all, I agree with like everything that everyone was saying. And I think that up there's near. I think that, we have ample evidence to believe that there's been some, meddling in here. And, I too have, I wasn't around for Carter, but, flashbacks to what happened going into his reelect. And,
Yeah, and we didn't
I,
find out about the shadow diplomacy they had going on until
Mhm.
45, almost 45 years later.
Right,
Okay.
right. Yeah. And there are things that I don't think we'll ever know. And so, man, where do I begin? So I think the first thing is that, first of all, I'm glad that you mentioned Code Pink, and I put up a thread about that in the nest. They're not only in bed with China, they're in bed with Russia and Iran.
They
And there's
tend to
ample
have an
evidence of that.
affinity for
Mhm.
authoritarian
They do.
nations. And I've done
Yeah.
a thread and some research on them. But yes,
Mhm.
thank you for putting some
Yeah.
information up about them.
Christian cinema came from
Yeah.
Code Pink too.
Oh, I believe that. I totally believe that. And yeah, and Marjorie Taylor Greene has been hanging out with Code Pink. Same for Cornell West. So it's a really shady group of people. Just follow the money. Look at the people that they're involved with. Look at their past statements. It's amazing that in this age where you're on video saying things, and then you're like shocked when people bring it up, like, "Hey, this is your stance on the Uyghurs," where like you don't care about like this like an actual genocide, and like you don't care. Like, what are you talking about? All right, so I put that up, and that kind of goes along with the whole thing in terms of like responding to people like on Twitter and just in general. There are a lot of bad actors out there, and operatives, and I know that that word is overused, but it really is happening. And like, the fact that like we don't know who's posting. Some of them are like MAGA in disguise, and they're kind of acting like they're Democrats, and they go on like opposite ends, and you can even see if you dig into some accounts where they're taking completely contrasting stances, and depending on who they're arguing with. So they might go on like Rashida Tlaib's timeline and talk about like anti Palestinian things and representing themselves as being like Democrats, but then you'll see them go on some people that are saying like, what is Rashida Tlaib doing? She shouldn't be doing this. And then they're going like far left and saying that like you support genocide, and like calling Biden like genocide Joe, and like putting hashtags for like abandon Biden. So there are people that are really stoking this stuff, and I think we have to be careful in knowing who we're responding to. And it's really, really difficult to know how big the problem is and who's involved with this. And I know Nancy Pelosi got a lot of flack a few weeks ago when she pointed out that there are efforts from China and Russia to stoke some of these genocide Joe protests. And it was found that some of these people that were outside of the White House a few weeks ago, with like the whole like hashtag abandon Biden thing or whatever, that some of them were connected to MAGA and China and Russia. And so this is going on out there. Now, that's not to say that there isn't, a sizable contingent of people that are considering, not voting for Joe Biden, not only in the primary, but in the general. And, like I empathize with a lot of these people that, they have family members and they're watching what's going on and they're horrified, even if they don't have family members there. here because it is horrific what's going on. But first of all, I mean, there's so many things that are just like misguided about this, and we can empathize with the way that they feel and looking at things that are really horrific going on. And I feel the same way. But to recognize, number one, our president is not the president of the universe, right? Like, and if he was, frankly, I mean, I think it'd be great. I think he'd change a lot of things around the world, but he's not, right? And he can only do so much. And, we have Republicans that are blocking aid in Congress who are Rashida Tlaib's colleagues that she really needs to be calling out because they're blocking sending humanitarian aid to Gaza. They're blocking any kind of like diplomatic efforts to not only, help what's going on in Gaza, but in Ukraine. And so, she really is displacing her fury and her anger, excuse me, where she really should be in Congress and pressuring her Republican colleagues to do something and calling them out. And the other thing is that, we have no idea what is really going on behind the scenes, right? Like, there's a reason why there is, this entire State Department and hostage negotiations. It is intentional and it is important that things go on behind the scenes that is not broadcast in the entire universe. And particularly when you're dealing with somebody like Netanyahu, who wants to be seen as a strongman. He doesn't want to be seen like Joe Biden is his boss. He doesn't want to be seen like he's the 51st state. So he wants to be out there looking like he's running the show. And so and it's his country. Like, Joe Biden cannot force anyone to do anything. And frankly, I think that if he could, he would. And so I think that it's important to recognize that, like you guys have mentioned, and I know that we're in kind of like, I'm preaching the choir here, but just some things to kind of like point out to people that are willing to engage in good faith conversations. And that's part of the thing too. Like, we have to make sure that we still have gas in the tank and that we're not wasting time and energy, in arguing with people that are just not persuadable, or they have some kind of position for whatever their intentions are, that we really like, we have to move on to talking with people who actually, are just like ill-informed or misinformed. And, once they get the facts of what's going on, or they know what Trump intends to do, that perhaps they are persuadable. So, for instance, like, we know, like you guys mentioned, that Trump plans to, deport Palestinian protesters. And, we know that Trump would just, totally be on board with Benjamin Netanyahu just nuking Gaza. And in terms of the diplomacy, let's say that somebody says like, oh, well, like maybe Trump would try or whatever, or maybe Trump could like wrestle Netanyahu down or something. And the other people that are just saying like, oh, like Joe Biden's old or whatever, like, Joe Biden has been doing this for half a century, and he has relationships with these world leaders for decades. He has known Netanyahu for 40 years. And we know that behind the scenes, he does not speak very highly of Netanyahu. However, he has these relationships with people. He has relationships with the king of Jordan, and in the president of Egypt, and surrounding countries that really need to be doing things. And that's the other thing with Rashida Tlaib. What about Egypt not opening up the forgetting the name of the Rafah
Rafa,
crossing?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Rafah crossing to
Rafia.
let in Palestinians, right? And so, I just think that like we have to be really careful about the efforts that are ongoing to divide us. And there's a reason why it's going on, because after 2016, the Democrats have been more united than ever. And then especially in 2018 and 2020, we have this pro-democracy coalition with Republicans and with, right-leaning independents that, the Republicans and our foreign adversaries, they need to divide us. And so we have to make sure that we're not falling prey to that, because the alternative is really devastating. And so going back to, Biden not being able to control, everything, and not being the president of the universe, my question to Near is, and, we have evidence to kind of like, figure out what's going on here. But, I wonder, if you could speak to, whether or not, like, let's say Biden did negotiate a ceasefire. You need Netanyahu to do that. So, it appears to me that Netanyahu is not interested in a ceasefire. It appears to me, based on his own words and the people in his cabinet, they don't want a two-state solution. So if they don't want those things, there is nothing that Joe Biden can do. Sure, he can put conditions on aid, but that Netanyahu and the Israeli government, they have what they need if they want to continue to do this, right? So, so Biden cutting them off, Biden not giving them aid, it's not going to ultimately change anything if Netanyahu does not want to help the Palestinians, if Netanyahu does not want a ceasefire, if Netanyahu does not want a two-state solution. And part of that aid is also humanitarian aid. So I guess that's my question to you, Nir, is what would you say to people that are insisting that, Joe Biden could do something when, you're in Israel, you're on the ground. And so, like, what are you seeing in terms of the willingness for Netanyahu to even go along with that?
I have to say that I love every word, and I'm speaking you and solicitor. It's like give me goosebumps. But I do have to say every word you said. It's true. Netanyahu is the loser. He doesn't want two-state solution, and it's not just him. His government, the people that he put, the right-wing people, Ben Gvir, the people that are supposed to protect us. They are all the protected themselves. They don't care about us. This is where we go on the streets. This is where we're going to go more and more and more because we must. We have no choice because we lost our democracy, because Benjamin Netanyahu does not want to face the court and any other reason. And I will tell you that you are absolutely right. This government, not like they don't want, two-state solution. Some of them are Jewish terrorists. They want to get rid, like transfer the Palestinian people. Where to? It's their land. And we must remember to tell the people the truth that Benjamin Netanyahu is the loser. Our government, they are the most horrible government we ever had. We never had a perfect government. It's not such a thing. But we need everybody in the world to understand Netanyahu is the loser. He's a horrible person. He's a person of hate. And let me tell you, all he cares is about himself. And the problem is that now, if he doesn't do what the right wing people parties want, guess what? He is going to go and lose the government. And this is the bottom line. You're absolutely right. But guess what? We, the Democrats in Israel, are going to fight, and we're not going to stop till he is stepping down. He needs to step down, not after the war, like they are saying. We want him to step down now, because now is the time. Thank you.
Yeah, and the other thing is that, Trump and Netanyahu, like you guys mentioned, they're aligned. And so, Netanyahu also has every incentive to make sure that he keeps this going to hurt Joe Biden. And what's another, 9 months and making things as horrific as possible to hurt Joe Biden because Netanyahu wants Trump back in office. And the same thing goes for Iran, and the same thing goes for Russia and China and North Korea and all of our adversaries around the world. And a lot of them have something to do with this. So if we stop giving aid, Netanyahu's going to get what he needs, going to get it from Iran. We could
You know
have
what?
the
I'm sorry, I have to
Hezbollah
cut you off. I have to
small.
cut you off for
Yeah.
1 second.
No, go
I'm
ahead.
so sorry because I just
Yep.
want to say something. The problem with Benjamin Netanyahu is exactly what you said, that he wants Trump back so they can be buddy buddies. Okay, this is the bottom line. The problem that we have as Democrats in the United States, that we need to remember that we have Putin. And if we, what we are going to, we have to be scared of, that Benjamin Netanyahu and Putin, if they go together with Iran and China, then guess what? We're in a big trouble. And I'm telling you, it was World War One, World War Two, and if it's not going to stop now, wait, it's going to be a World War Three. And it's up to us to stop
And
it now.
and Trump, yeah, and Trump is going to pull out of NATO, and he said that he's going to let Russia do whatever the hell he wants. So I know you have hands, D. I'm going to put up also in the nest the ad that the Biden campaign put out about Trump saying he wants to pull out of NATO because it was really powerful. Thanks again. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I appreciate you.
And I hope
Uh,
you're, yeah, and I hope you're doing well, Near. I hope you're safe, and I hope your dad's doing okay. Thanks.
Absolutely. Always sending him good vibes and positivity. Um, I know it's rough for him there, and the fact that he is able and willing to come into spaces, my space, and to hold his own while his country is in the midst of a war is such an act of courage that I don't take lightly. So thank you both. We're going to go next to Kay. LMZ, and then I'm circling back to some of our speakers that have spoken before, and then add a new one, Miss K. And we're going to start winding down after all of that. So hopefully, I'll go another 30, 45 minutes. And it has been a phenomenal space. Thanks to all of you, the great co-host I had today, my standing co-host coming in to add to the conversation. So delighted. I know she has a lot on her plate. So glad that you had found a few moments to come in and share such important information with the community. So, 2K, you're next.
Hello, everyone. And Dee, thank you for the space. And to your lovely co hosts today, Danny and Mark, thank you. And I'm so happy Soul Sister appeared. She actually spoke on something that I raised my hand about. First, I'm going to out myself. I'm all about humbling and learning. So I think the last time I was in this space, or maybe a time before that, I did point out that I had gotten some benefit from listening to Ezra Klein. I did not know his full history, et cetera, but I was listening to his podcast. And not so much because of him, but because of guests who were on his podcast who were pushing back to some things he said. I did learn some things about the complexities of what's happening in Israel and the Middle East. So, I'm always happy to learn, but I also acknowledge when I learn that someone is problematic. For example, and it made my blood run cold. I don't know how I didn't do a deep dive, but when I learned that, I guess Navalny apparently was some kind of white nationalist. Okay, I'm learning. However, you know what? That said, that does not mean that Putin is is right. See, the thing I love about being in spaces like these, like this one is, we learn, and the people I encounter here are capable of the complexity of thought and of discussion and of moving on and not focusing on a single issue or a single facet of a single issue. And that's the space I occupy, especially when when I am making an effort to save my behind and anyone who cares to come along with me on that journey. And I'm glad, and I have not had an opportunity to have an exchange with Near, and I'm so happy to hear him here because I have something that I would like to throw up. Oh, and also, let me before I bring him in, I want to. Yes, Mickey is still here. Um, to your question about encountering Barbara Lee, and to some things that a lot of you have said recently, what I want to know, especially of a government official, when people are crying out for ceasefire, several people have recently talked about the complexities, etc. Okay, you're a government official, right? You're supposed to know some of the ins and outs. When you cry for ceasefire, explain it to me like I'm five. Tell me precisely with steps and an articulation of potential consequences what that means. You don't just stand up and scream ceasefire in this world environment. To my point too is, it's like I guess the only thing I can envision is Jenga. There are a lot of pieces fitting together. And I'm not doing whataboutism. I'm just saying though, nobody's talking about what's happening in Sudan, right? There are people dying there. A life is
For
a life is a life is
20
a life.
years, this has been going on there.
Thank you. And a life is a life is a life is a life. I'm sorry, but that is so. Anyway, to back up, so the United Arab Emirates is involved there. They are also giving the United States trouble about launching defensive missiles, et cetera. Some of the countries in that region, it's a delicate dance that the United States has to do. And thank God we have someone like Joe Biden who, you want to talk about his age, that man has forgotten more
Then
than any of these fools who, I'm sorry, I'm getting heated, but any of these fools who are here will ever know. Not only
exactly
has he,
his
not,
age. brings wisdom.
Absolutely. And relationships. And the other thing, too, okay, so my pushback then about the ceasefire, especially with an elected official, tell me, please, how you expect that to work. Someone brought up the role of Congress. Someone brought up we can't just simply or if what happens if we simply stop aid, and what happens, and I would ask them, what is your understanding of Hamas and how they operate? Because my understanding, somebody weigh in and correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is it's like if they came into my house and started punching me in the face and said, I am not going to stop until I end you. That's a different kind of outlook. That's a different kind of conversation. You can't cease with someone who has thrown out that they want to annihilate you. It's not that simple. Okay. So, what is, I would want to know from them, what is your understanding of Hamas? Now, this comes back to Nir. It's, please correct me if I'm wrong. You're talking about Bibi. I mean, I have been given to understand that he was supportive of them, kind of like keep people in their corner. It benefited him and his regime and the
Yes, he
people who
was.
support him to prop up Hamas. So, you know what? Don't, again, it's the complexity. Appreciate that. So, what
I want
is,
to answer.
I'm sorry.
I want to tell you what Benjamin Netanyahu did. He absolutely supported Hamas for many years. They got $30 million every month going to Hamas, not to the Palestinian people, because nobody actually looked and saw where the money went to. So the money, instead of go to education, to to medical care, to healthcare, to everything, he went to Hamas. Now, I do want to tell you that Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. The Palestinian,
Oh, how well I know that. Believe me, I know
yeah,
that.
and I tell you, I have a lot of Palestinian friends, in the West Bank. I know a lot of LGBT people in Gaza Strip. Hamas is a terrorist organization, but there are 67 active terrorists. They say now it's about 30 or 40, but I tell you, they've, 2.1 or 2.2 in Gaza Strip, and it's about 4.3 or 4.4 million Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. Now, if you just want to look at it, Benjamin Netanyahu, he did it because he thought by giving them the money, they're going to stay quiet and everything going to be okay. And B or D or somebody
Yes.
else said earlier that they knew, they had warning. He knew it's coming up, and he still didn't do it. He didn't care. So what I'm saying right now, we need to support the people of Palestine, and we need to support them as people, just like you said, people are people, and it's horrible what's happening now. And we do need to have a ceasefire. And I tell you, we did not start this well. So we need to remember October 7th, when they came and killed and raped men and women, killed babies, and we have videos. We have 47 minutes video that the world saw. But again, the media doesn't want to show it and talk about it, because guess what? It's all money, and money buy everything this way. And this is what's so sad about media and about our TV channels. You cannot even open a TV and you don't even know what the truth is, because it's all money. Now, I will tell you that if we can just imagine Palestine, my hope, and this is our vision, that the Palestinian people will have, we are going to get rid of Benjamin Netanyahu, because he is in the way for the peace. He needs to get out and fast with every single person in his government. We need to arrest and put to jail every Jewish terrorist that went and, killed and stole land from in the West Bank. And we need to start fresh. It's going to take many, many years, because the pain of the Palestinian people and the pain of the Israeli people, it's not going away that fast. The pain is there, and pain lasts a long time, and it's going to take more than one generation to let it go. But we have to start now, and the way to start is get rid of Benjamin Netanyahu and get rid of Hamas. They are both bad leadership for the people of both places. Thank you.
Please, everyone know. I said I used Hamas intentionally, and I understand the distinction and just what you said too. This is something, it's complex. It's not snap a finger. And the reason I was emphasizing this business about, oh, ceasefire, stop now. What? Hamas has said they're not going to stop. Someone said earlier, so Bibi doesn't want you. No, he doesn't. Hamas doesn't either. So it's just like it takes two or four or however many people are involved in this mess. So if you are going to pull back, this trend toward isolationism that someone like Trump is, it'll end up here. It already has. So don't. Anyway, that's a whole other train of thought. I won't go off on that. Let me try to stay on point. So the idea of the pushback with any kind of elected official, at least, is so. Tell me. Let's be about business. Let's stand on business. How's it going to look? What are you going to do? How is it going to happen? And what are the consequences? That's one. Another pushback I have is, good Lord, if I can't even express to you how tired I am about Biden's age. I can't even. But what I want to say though is the pushback that I have, what I'd love to see anyone say is, oh, why don't you have faith and confidence in Vice President Harris? I mean, immediate, go for it, go right to it, because to me, that is it. That is what it's about. And also, and as people have pointed out, and then there was a lovely tweet about it. It's in several timelines about the expertise in Biden's cabinet. So not just his cabinet, but the appointments that he's made throughout, all up and through. I mean, expertise, and also, and this is the thing that always warms my heart, is they look like America. They look like all of us. That kind of diversity is just something that you can't. I can't put a price on it, and when you go deep into the resumes and what have you, it's it's astonishing, it's astounding, and that is something that is deeply. And that's how he's been able to accomplish. He and Vice President Harris, how they've been able to accomplish the things that they've been able to accomplish, because it isn't just, it's not the Joe Biden show. It's the United States show, and they demonstrate
Well,
consistently how they
that's where
care
the
about
white
us.
supremacy comes in, because they are against a pluralistic democracy, like as in all of us
Absolutely.
being represented.
And God forbid that this black woman be president. Are you kidding me? Come on. I mean, the way you listen to that, again, don't want to go off on a tangent, but Nikki Harris, it'll be me or her. You're better off with me. You know what? Just don't even.
Mm.
I've
And
got
she's
I've
so
got some choice
obvious,
words.
as well, because she says,
Yeah.
well, Biden, you have Harris. And, what's
Yeah.
your problem there? And then also that awful interview that she did with that awful guy that calls himself a deity. Saying that, racism came with Obama. Are you freaking kidding me? Okay. Your
This is
racism
okay.
came out because you saw a black man in the highest office in the land. He didn't bring
Thank
it,
you.
he brought it out of you. So,
There you go. There you go. And back to one thing about Nikki. Um, someone did say, and I'm sorry I'm losing it, but I heard someone say it's funny. It's like, the Secret Service might want to talk about her, because it's real macabre how she's always talking about, if you vote for Joe, you get Kamala. Think about it. When you play it out to its logical conclusion, what's she saying? It's sick and wrong. Anyway, but that's the other pushback I have is, what problem do you have with the people coming up behind and around Joe Biden? And then the last thing that I will say too is, since people are talking about Joe being on TikTok or what have you, I would love to see a little program, whether it's TikTok, whatever media format outlet they think is best, where Joe has, just like, like little mini fireside chats where he starts out with, you know what, since they want to play with his age, you know what? I'm old enough to remember. And then bam, hit him with some kind of fact that ties into where we are now and how astute and keen he is and how relationships and connections and background and wisdom matter. Put it up there. Put it out there. I'm old enough to remember when you tried to you stole an election. No, I'm not going to go there. In any case, but no, positive, productive things, because he can link the past with the present. That is beyond clear. I think it seems like I had one more thing that I wanted to upload, but I'll just land my plane because I can't remember it. Thank you so much for listening to
No
me.
problem. You always bring such great insight. And what I hear you saying is lean in, Joe. Lean into your age. Um, and as you said, I say that a lot. But yeah, like he has forgotten most things, more things than most people will ever learn, you know. So yeah, there are those upsides. And right now, with what we have going on nationally and internationally, I think that he is the president that we need at this time. So with all that being said, I started the space talking about president because it's, President's Day. And I talked about Jimmy Carter, a very underrated president who was my commander in chief during my military service. And how the shadow diplomacy wrecked his chance for a second presidency. And it is, a known fact that Nixon did the same thing to get into office. It's what they do. And this is just, to me, kind of a modern iteration of that, using different things. And we need to keep that in mind. And I love what you said, asking them, like, I love that. Explain it to me like I'm a 5-year old. What does that look like? What will that accomplish? So great insight, 2K, as always. So thank you for joining in the conversation today, always making it so much richer. And up next, we have another wonderful, valued voice, and that is the wonderful LNZ. Looking forward to hearing from you. Then I'm circling back to some of our previous speakers and adding a new one, Miss K. I see you down there. So, LMZ.
Hi, Miss D. Can you hear me okay? Because I'm in the car
I
driving, so I
know,
just
it's
want
so
to check.
shocked to see you come up, but yes, we can hear you beautifully. I knew you
Okay.
were traveling.
Okay.
Safe travels, my dear.
All right. Thank you so much. So if I drop everyone, just let me drop Miss D, and to your fabulous co-hosts today, Mark and Danny, just let me drop, okay? It'll just have to be what it is. And shout out to Soul Sister for coming in. So good afternoon to everybody in the space. Happy President's Day to everyone except the Orange Demon, of course. And so I've listened to the space today while I've been driving. Extraordinary space, tremendous space. Shout out to Near, of course. Grace and peace to you, sir. But to everyone who's contributed today, this space, for sure, please retweet this space. Whatever you're doing right now, go ahead and retweet it, because this conversation has been incredible. And the nuance of this conversation has been what is absolutely missing in our narrative, and what is needed in our electorate, and what is needed within the Democratic Party. And I so appreciate in this conversation. Don't worry, she's talking. The little lady's talking to me, but I know where I am. So the reason I came up though is that I need to I need to just make something clear about a couple things from my point of view that have come up, and that is that I want to make it clear that if Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are not elected, that the reason that they're not elected is because of Democrats. I have to make that clear today, because of the chaos that's happening. And of course, y'all know I'm pretty careful to not talk about anybody else. I stay in my lane, as you know, the Twitter streets like to tell you to stay in your lane, right? So I'm going to stay in my lane. I am going to say, even though I'm so grateful to Soul Sister for explaining to us the nuance of what's happening, in Michigan, and she would know. So there's no reason to question or doubt exactly what she's explaining. I will say that Rashida Tlaib is a diehard member of the Dead Rose crew. She booed Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016, and I expect to see her sitting next to Jill Stein at some point, because the fact that she's willing to even do this, and I'm not doubting what she does and who she is as a congressperson for the people of her district in Michigan. That's not what I'm saying. Two things can be true at once. The fact that she is willing to play this game when democracy is on the line, knowing that voting for unaffiliated or whatever it is absolutely going to make people vote third party, which is absolutely what they did in 2016, which is absolutely what brought us Donald Trump, because Hillary Rodham Clinton won the popular vote, but she lost the electoral college vote because enough people voted for Jill Stein, a third party candidate who coincidentally happens to be running again in 2024, can be enough of the tipping point that Trump can get back into office again. So let me get back into my lane though. So I'm going to get back into my lane and I'm going to talk about white people, because I know, it's going to come to a shock for so many of y'all, but I'm a white lady. I'm actually 50 and a half today. Today's my half birthday. And I say that because when you have a summer birthday in elementary school and down south, they celebrate your birthday. If you're born in June, July, or August, they celebrate your half birthdays in the winter. So in any event, I'm going to talk about white people. So I'm going to talk about Jon Stewart and the disaster of him coming back on air to help Trump get back in office. I'm going to talk about Ezra Klein and the disaster of last week's show. And then I'm going to land my plane since I am driving. Look, all these white people that are coming up with all these reasons and all these excuses about Biden's age, Biden should drop out, Biden should quit, Biden should do this, Biden should do that. Piece of privilege that means that they are comfortable that if this country burns to the ground, they are comfortable if the war on women continues. They are comfortable if LGBTQ people continue to have their civil rights taken from them and laws passed in red state legislators across the country. They are comfortable with that war against LGBTQ people continuing. They are comfortable if other freedoms and civil rights against black people continue. They are comfortable if the war on immigrants and migrants continue. They are comfortable if there is no action taken to help stop the number one killer against our children and our young people, which is guns. As Miss D said earlier, not cancer, not car accidents, not COVID, guns. We are the only civilized nation on this planet Earth that allows something that could have action taken to stop, and we do nothing about it. They are comfortable with there not being an assault weapons ban. They are comfortable with the rolling back of possibly losing Medicare and Social Security for our seniors. They are comfortable with all of those things happening because they are so comfortable as a white person in this country that they are willing to let all of that happen so that all 330 million of us who lived here as Americans, and yes, I mean every single person in this country. I don't care what your status is. I don't care if you currently have a green card or you don't have a green card or you're waiting on your green card or any of that, visa. I don't care about any of that. You are here in the 48 continental states, Alaska, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, Guam, for goodness gracious sakes. We're here. All 330 million of us can suffer because you are still, yes, you are still angry because 8 years ago, Bernard Sanders lost. I want everybody to be very clear about that. That's why Jon Stewart is back. It's not funny. It's not cute. None of his shtick is. Roy Wood Jr. should actually be the host, whether he wants it or not, I don't know. But the funniest person on the show is who hosted the White House Correspondents' Dinner last year, a black man. And he should actually be the host after Trevor Noah. Did he get it? No. They did a whole bunch of substitute hosting stuff. And now instead of getting the permanent host that could be Rowood Jr., they bring back John to act like a damn pissed off Bernie bro 8 years later. Then Ezra Klein, who has a very popular, no disrespect, 2K, you shouldn't feel bad. That's one of the most popular Apple podcasts out there. All of a sudden comes in from to the left, I mean, way from the left, to tell us that our president should resign. What kind of Bernie bro shit is that? Would they be saying that if Bernard Sanders was our president? Y'all think about it. Would they be telling us that President Bernie Sanders, who was up for re-election in November of this year, said President Bernie Sanders, would they be calling for him to resign based off of his age at 82 years of age? Think about it. We don't have to think long. We already know what the answer would be. Hell no. Not a single one of them would be writing op-ed opinion articles, talking ad nauseum about Bernie's age, going on and on that for the best of the country he needed to resign, and all this kind of crap. So before I land my plane, I just want everybody to be abundantly clear. Again, I'm not talking about the Muslim or Palestine or people of color community that are from Arabic countries that are having this visceral reaction to Gaza, or other people of other communities that are having this reaction. I'm strictly speaking of the Dead Rose crew and white people, of which I have a PhD in. I have a PhD in. And that's what they're up to. And they are ready to vote third party, and that's what they're going to do. And they're ready to have a repeat of 2016. Because as you see, they haven't really been hurting or suffering for these last 8 years. It's okay with them that all these things have happened. It's okay with them. They're not in the street fussing and complaining. They're not hurting. They're not calling for these things that are as they used to be and wanting them back. They're nonstop complaining that Joe is too old, while the rest of us are worried about women not even being able to get the health care they need, while the rest of us are grieving about the article I tweeted today about that poor, beautiful, binary 16-year-old sophomore in Oklahoma that got beat to death in her high school bathroom by 3 other girls who were picking on her because of her gender identity, because of the war on trans children in our country, while the rest of us are worried about all these type of things that are happening, while the rest of us are worried about the fact that our House of Representatives will not give the funding that Ukraine needs, and they're literally running out of bullets, and the president of Ukraine is telling us that, Madam Vice President is telling us that from Munich, our president is telling us that, white men are complaining nonstop that Biden is old. Make it make sense. So with that, I'm going to land my plane. Don't get distracted from what is really going on here. And just remember that if they don't win, it's only 30% of this MAGA crew that's going to vote MAGA. 30% of the electorate that is stuck in MAGA land that are Trumpicans. We should not have this issue of even having to be concerned. We really shouldn't. And we have to be concerned of it because of white people who claim to be a part of our party, who claim to be a part of the Democratic tent, who have the caucasity to claim that they're progressive. And all that they are doing is insisting that Joe is too old. And with that, I land my plane. Namaste.
Well, thank you so very much. All facts. And I appreciate you taking time out in your travels to join in the conversation that we have had here today. I think it has been awesome. So you helped to add to that. And we do have quite a few more speakers. I'm giving second bites, and then I have 2 new ones, and then I'm going to allow my um, today's featured co-host to give us some closing thoughts, and then my standing co-host will close us out. So I'm going to go with speakers who have gone before. Kev, Snowden, Geechee, and then we'll hear from Miss Kay and Mimi.
Thank you for inviting me back, Dee.
Mm-hmm.
So just wanted to 360 back to a topic that was on when I unfortunately was interrupted by a phone call. So okay. Um um Rashida Tlaib. Let me just say very politely here. There's an old term that comes to mind. Cut off your nose to spite your face. Really. I mean, this is exactly where they're going with this. You want to burn down the house, the country, to prevent Joe from being president again, while you don't think of, geez, if we do this, these are the repercussions we have to deal with now because you know what? We didn't support the guy that would be supporting us. We now have this jackass in the house, in the White House again, who doesn't really give two rats shits about us.
And ask him how many Democratic lawyers and ACLU lawyers are going to be running to their aid when he starts rounding them up and deporting them this time.
Exactly, exactly. And that old phrase can be, applied to several different situations here. All right. Republicans in the House deciding that they're not going to vote for these bills that have come forth that they've been bitching about for years about the border. They're not going to get anything better than what came up. And God forbid that they are in control. They're just going to push it off to the side again because you know what? For them, that's their whole reelection theme is, the border sucks and we don't do, nothing's done about it. So we're going to complain about it. And you'll just elect us again because we say, ooh, the border sucks. And then to Near's point about the Israel and Palestine issue, or Israel Hamas, is they have also met that same old adage because the extremists on the right and the extremists on the left of those two damn situations, they're doing the same thing because you know what? They can go at it tooth and nail all they want until the end of time. It doesn't get resolved if you can't come to the freaking table. And for as much as people think that Joe is the end all be all right, yes, I appreciate him. He is the quote unquote elder statesman. Respect your elders, they know best. All right. That was always, taught to me as a child, and I've never deviated from it ever in my life. To this day, I still, when I see people, it's sir and ma'am. And this reflects back to you and I in the service. I can't step away from it. And people hate when I do it, but you know what? I do it because it's a sign of respect. And as much as you know, the other side would say, hey, trust us again. Let us go in there. What did their cabinet look like? It looked like 12-day-old cottage cheese. It was white, 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 white. There was no, you know, alternate thought process there. There was no minorities in that cabinet whatsoever. And if they were, pardon the phrase, but I got to say, they were tokens because they weren't really there to do anything because Trump would have never let them do anything or speak up. It's just there because he's trying to say, hey, look, I'm being respectful and I have this person of color here. But you know what? On the backside, I'm not going to let them say anything. And
Like his
unfortunately,
his famous black guy that he used to report,
yes, yes.
talk about at his rallies. I
Yeah,
mean,
or
yeah.
the my favorite, come and show up for me and wear my t-shirts black for Trump. And by the way, I'll give you $50 if you show up. Just don't tell anybody. That just smacks in the face of reality. And I hate it to death because my mother's husband, he's a great, great gentleman, elder, African American man, and I love him to death and he says it for what it is. He doesn't hold back any punches. He says exactly what he sees, and I won't repeat it because he can get away with it. I can't. I'm afraid that I get hit around a bit, but When he says it, I believe it, and I
Well,
just like the way he does it.
Clay Kane wrote a book about them. Okay, specifically, it's called Grifters. And if you guys haven't seen it, check it out because these are people who are willing to sell out their community
Yeah,
for their own power and, personal needs.
yeah. I mean, in this time of animosity amongst race issues and religion issues, it annoys the crap out of me because I have to take umbrage with these people that want to do away with DEI. They want to do away with ERG. You know what? I am so glad that I belong to a company that puts that front and center. We are all about DEI. I belong to every single DEI group in my company. Veterans, Asians, Hispanic, Black, white, LGBTQ, women's. I mean, all of them, because I want to learn. I want to know. I want to hear the other person's perspective. That's important to me. I don't want somebody to tell me that I can't talk about it because what's the point of that? Don't we learn by our differences?
Absolutely. And we're better for having those kind of conversations. We don't have to totally agree, but I think it's very important to understand things from other demographics' perspectives.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean we even have to agree, but understanding is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, and we don't always agree. We can politely agree to disagree on certain topics, and that's what makes things good. Is we have those discussions. And Lord only knows I've had people let me know that I've been wrong in what I've stated in the past, and I respect that because I've learned from it. I've gone out to read, and I've learned from my mistakes. So that's what we're supposed to do. But there's that narrow-minded vision of a specific group out there that just refuses to do that. All they see is what they want to see, and truth be damned, we don't give a shit what your thoughts are or what your opinions are or anything that you want to do to better our country. We're just gonna, burn it down for the sake of we don't like what's there right now, and we'd rather have it the way it was in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s when we had control of everything and everybody else had to shut the hell up because the white men were in control and shut up you know
Yeah,
that's not where we're at anymore. They don't like strong-willed, intelligent, educated people, whether they're young, old, black, white, women, whatever. They don't like it. They don't like it. They want this. They want to stupefy. They want the people to remain ignorant and not raise up their voices or protest or you know backlash against them about anything. They don't want differing opinions and nobody to ruffle their poor feathers.
absolutely. Totally agree with you. And that's what they mean when they talk about taking their country back. It's back to those good old days, quote unquote,
Yeah, yeah,
for them. And we all remember the pictures. That the press and the White House, photographer had, and they were very vanilla. So,
yeah.
yeah, not exactly what America looks like.
Yep.
And this administration definitely reflects America, and that people don't understand that or appreciate the significance of it is a little frustrating at times. But Kevin, thank you so much for coming in and joining in the conversation today, giving some great, just life examples. And, a lot of times we're kind of preaching to the choir sometimes in here, but it also helps us to understand one another a little bit better and in depth, and doing the nuance, I think, is important. So thank you for adding to that.
You're welcome.
So,
Thank you, D.
all right. Enjoy the rest of your week. So we've got Snowden up next, Geechee, and then I have a few new speakers, and we're going to close. And I just want to say, Jean, I know you were requesting, I was trying to bring you up, I don't know what happened. My thumb's messed up, but I will bring you up and allow you to speak if you want to. So just hit the request, okay? So next, we're going to go to Snowden, Geechee, and then we pick up with some new speakers. And Miss K will be the first of those.
Thank you, Miss D. What a great space. I'm learning so much today. Couple things I just wanted to weigh in on. I've made a little list so I can go pretty quickly. One thing is, I put up in the nest, Yashida Tlaib's sister, I guess, is out there actively campaigning against the Democrats. And one of the things that I noticed, just as an observer, um, doing some work around the Iranian diaspora after the murder of Masa Amini, and trying to get the Massa Act passed. And by the way, call your senators and tell them to just do it already. They passed it in Congress. But anyway, what I was going to say is there's a concerted effort of disinformation campaigns coming through the IRGC, which is the Islamic Republic Revolutionary Guard, or the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is sponsored by the Islamic Republic of Iran. And they're affecting not only the Iranian diaspora to get them to vote for Republicans, which is in Iran's best interest because, of course, they're in bed with Putin, but also their sort of reformist organization, which does a lot of lobbying in Washington D.C. It's NIAC, NIAC, and I don't have on the tip of my tongue the what the acronym stands for, but they are lobbying heavily Democratic representatives in Congress to get them to pass laws that really go against the Iranian diaspora. But now IRGC is also putting out propaganda that is related to it's pro-Palestinian propaganda, but it's also trying to do wedging our own constituents here in the United States to divide us over the pro-Israel or pro-Palestine. And it's such a nuanced issue that, both can be true. You can be both pro not bombing children, and you can be also pro-Israel, and you can also dislike Netanyahu, but still be pro-Israel. So, but what they're doing is they're taking this disinformation, putting it out to college students who are very idealistic, and you're starting to see all these protests and everything else. This is very much similar and probably supported by the CCP propaganda that we see that pushes the GOP agenda, and also the Russian, of course, propaganda that we see pushing the Russian agenda. So, or the GOP agenda. So, we just have to keep that in mind when talking about these things. And also, when it comes to our own representatives on the Democratic side of the equation, there's no excuse for Democratic elected officials to be bad mouthing other Democratic elected officials. And if they are, they're either being influenced by these lobby groups or they just have an ulterior agenda. And I just hope that if they're out there doing it, that people are primarying them to get them out. One other quick thing I wanted to mention, shadow diplomacy. This guy by the name of Alexander Smirnov was indicted, and they unmasked his indictment. And all of that disinformation that we were hearing about, oh, Biden's $5 million bribe from, related to Ukraine and Burisma back in 2017, it's like the basis of the actual impeachment initially. Anyway, that guy was the guy who was the star witness for the impeachment committee, and was also pushing that whole narrative. Well, he was basically working as a double agent, if you will, and he was indicted for lying to the FBI. So that's actually really good news. Another thing I put up in the nest is the Task Force for American Democracy. It was started by Judge Luttig and a former Secretary of Homeland Security. And it looks like an amazing project. And so they announced it last summer, but it finally, I think, is up and underway. I'm trying to get more information about it, but I just suggest everybody reading about it because it should be something that could be instructive to all of us and help quite a bit. And the last thing I just wanted to say, it was actually a question for Mark, but maybe save it for another day. Tucker Carlson, he can go and talk to Putin as a journalist, and that doesn't really break any laws per se. But when he's out there bad mouthing America to coalitions that are pro Russia, our most formidable foreign enemy, isn't that a violation of the Logan Act? So, with that, I have so many more things to say. There were so many great
Well,
points
we'll
made
be
today, but
back
I've got
next
to,
week. Stick a pin
yeah, and
in
I
it.
have to go too. But oh, Miss D, thank you so much again, and thanks Mark and Donnie and everybody else. So good to be here with you, and I'll try to make it again. But if not, I'll be listening.
All
So
right.
lots of love all
Awesome.
around. Okay,
Thank you. And yes, I put an article up in the Nest earlier today about one of the um, issues that you just mentioned, and that is the indictment of the guy who was the star witness for Comer and his crew. You know, they'll stop at nothing. So up next, we have Geechee, and then a few new speakers, and we'll close. Geechee, and then Miss K, Mimi, and Carmen.
Ola again. I just want to talk about kind of tie in what Near was talking about with 2K and LMZ and tie it all together, but mainly talk about it when it comes to the Black demographic and also the Muslim slash Arab demographic, because I wanted to point out something that I think that we keep missing, and that is that we cannot lose any portion of our vote and still win. And I want to go back
Let
just
me
a
ask
little.
you something. Are
Yes,
you
ma'am.
a donor on your driver's license? Did you check that box?
I am a donor. I've been a donor my whole life.
Okay. So, what if you get an African kidney?
I would accept the African kidney. I'm not exactly sure what this has to do with the conversation.
Nothing. And so disrespectful in this space, we raise our hands. And no, you cannot come back up. I gave you time and grace, and you were very disrespectful. So
Okay.
continue, Geechee.
Okay, no problem. And I'm fully accepting African kidneys. If I need a kidney transplant, I'll fully accept one. So that was weird. Okay, sorry. Um, the modern Black church is a product of Charleston, South Carolina. A minimum of 55% to 2/3 of all Blacks in the U.S. came to the U.S. by the Port of Charleston. They are Charlestonians, as we would say. And through that port also came the Black church. And that church, led by and created by Denmark Vesey, was a product of protests. And Mother Emanuel, Our Lady of Peace, St. Patrick's, and Center Baptist were all born at the silence of faith towards ending slavery. And out of those four churches came a slave revolt that led to the congregations of all of those churches being executed. That is where the Black church comes from. That is the basis of the Black church in this country. And it is not that we sit back and we are quiet when we don't agree with things, it's that we're loud and we're vocal about those things. Not that we are tepid when it comes to what we may call injustices or social disgraces. It means that we stand up, we stand firm, and we fight hard, even if it means that harm comes to us. Because there are plenty of martyrs in the civil rights movement, even more martyrs when it came to the abolition of slavery. That's what we do as people. We don't sit back and cower. We get up and fight. And so I was in a space about 2 to 3 weeks ago explaining the disagreements that exist with the Black church and the death toll in Gaza. And I noted that Black faith figures were getting louder. And of course, I was called a liar by people that don't have any connection to the church. But luckily for me, I already knew the that 1,500 Black ministers had met with the White House that exact day that I had made that statement. But besides that, I was still called a liar. And that hurts, but it's whatever because I was right. Um, and from there, two similar meetings have come there to express disagreement about the deaths in Gaza, but also that a democracy is still available in Israel, because both of those things matter to our church. Israel being a safe democracy matters to the Black church, a lot to the Black church. And then also that there can be a Palestinian state works. At points in times in this conversation, I want to say, Nir, can you run to be prime minister of Israel? It would absolutely change everything. And you seem to be better for this situation than everybody else. But the biggest point I want us to leave from this conversation, at least from what I am presenting, is the fact that no matter how much we may hate one segment or say like, oh damn, I'm tired of hearing about Latinos and immigration. I'm tired of hearing about blacks and products not getting to them because of their red state governors. And I'm tired about hearing about Asians talking about, oh, we're getting hurt by college admissions because whites are getting so many legacy. All of these complaints. And the truth of the matter is this. In 2000, we won Arizona by 10,500 votes. And in Arizona, there are enough Jewish voters there, enough Arab voters there, enough Black voters there, Latino voters, Asian voters. For any of those groups to say, fuck the Democrats, we lose that state. Florida, a state we lost by 371,000 votes. There are enough Jewish voters alone to make sure we win that state. But in order to make up that deficit, any of these other groups can say, F you, and we're screwed. In Georgia, Jewish, Arab voters, Muslim voters, Black voters, all the same thing. And I go down the list of these 8 swing states. If any one of these groups say, fuck y'all, you're not doing us right, we're going to lose. That's the reality. It's not, we can't say, oh, I don't care about the Arab people. I don't care about the Jewish people. We can't do that. We cannot afford to do that because we have to build a coalition of voters. On the other side, Trump can say, I want to allow Putin to take over Israel. I want to allow Putin to take over the whole Middle East. I want to allow Putin to be the king of the world. And it doesn't matter because he's only dependent on one major demographic of voter. And that's white voters without a college education. And they're the biggest voting bloc in this country. And if he was to win that voting bloc by like 7 or 8 more points, it wouldn't matter what the rest of us think. So I want to commend also LMZ for noting the fact that her demographic is really important in thwarting what needs to be done in order to ensure that Biden is elected again and Harris is elected again and we can save democracy. That's all I have for today. This has been a very, very good conversation today. It's been very thorough. It's had a lot of nuance, something that you normally can't have in spaces. I am glad to see the nuance from Dee and from Mark and Danny and Near and Soul Sister and 2K and Snowden and even that me person that was really, and LMZ and No More and
Yeah, at
Kevin
least she
and
knows
the
that you'll
me
take
person. Yes, but
any
I will
kidney.
again. I want to make sure I say that again. I will take African kidneys, Asian kidneys, European kidneys. Now I'm concerned I might have a kidney disease now. So let me go to the doctor and figure out if I have kidney disease and make sure I get a good African kidney. That's all I have for today.
Oh, thank you, Geechee, and thank you for your command of these types of statistics that are important in our election season and making it important. Like we need every vote that we can get. We can't afford to dismiss any demographic. And to be able to hold on to them or to bring them in requires nuanced conversations. Not all of them can take place in spaces because, as someone alluded to, and most of you already know, not all of these people are who they pretend to be. They come here for the disruption and the chaos. But when you can verify that you're dealing with a sincere person who may be misguided, you can have some nuanced conversations. And sometimes those kinds of difficult conversations are better done one on one. In a conversation, if you can, on the timeline. That's not always easy to do, or to be able to detect again whether these people are trolls, bots, or actually sincere. But do vet that out and, use your energy wisely. But yeah, we need every vote. Elections are about addition, and it will require some uncomfortable coalitions. We need some of those people who used to be Republicans voting for us now. We need them screaming about how awful the party they used to be in is. It's important. People need to understand, and that's our job and our goal here, every day to come make some noise about that and continue doing it when we leave this space. So, up next, our new speakers is Miss Kay and Carmen. And then I will do a closing round with my two guest co hosts, Danny and Mark, and then my standing co host, Soul Sister, to close us out. So, Miss Kay, you still there? Hey.
Hi. Yeah, I'm here. I had to rejoin a couple of times just because connection
Right.
kind of issues were.
Twitter,
Um,
or X or whatever.
yep. Marks the spot, right? And well, I have something I wanted to just mention about that kind of interaction that was unexpected, related to organ donation. Well, I mean, people are giving part of their bodies for free, and then that's part of a medical structure of how do we bill what insurance company or Medicare, um, in order to save somebody else's life. And that's something I wanted to bring up. But and the first thing that I was thinking about when I joined this space initially today was really about so much of the conversation having to deal with Netanyahu, whose real name is Milikowski, and his GOP affiliations are very deep. They go into the Estee Lauder brands. So the World Jewish Congress has been led by Ronald S. Lauder of Estee Lauder brands. So he's one of two sons of Estee Lauder, the big conglomerate company. And I actually have a deposition coming up against one of their brands at the end of the month, which freaks me out because I realize, well, I already know their family members personally, and their housekeeping staff who used to show up at my work with letters saying, we're housekeeping staff for this family, so give us a discount. And it's weird because we can talk about business because that's what war is to a lot of people. But why? Why is war so attractive to some people as a business? What do they run out of? Museums? Memorial? What do they really run out of? Options?
Well, for
And
some,
that's, yeah.
it enough is never enough, and at the end of the day, most of it is about power and money or adjacency to both of those things.
Mhm.
And
Power, money, adjacency.
hmm
I
and
just want to
I
say one
I
thing.
needed to
I
know
just
that.
have to, because I worked for Estee Lauder for many, 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 many years. I do want to
Hmm.
say they're amazing company to work for, and I really think that again we should not judge. You know, I don't know. It really hurts me to hear what you said because they have a lot of amazing people working and owning in Estee Lauder. I've been with them for many, many years. I left in 2005, but there are a lot of good people there.
I knew that you would have to respond, and this is again the nuance of our discourse here, because that's the owners, and of certainly they have a lot of money, and I read articles about that too. But to judge an entire company, and the people within it, there's more nuance. I mean, we know that many of these large company holders, again, it's about adjacency to power and the Republicans and the Libertarians, which have joined forces, and the Libertarians are actually more right than the Republicans, are all about privatizing and the Kochs. I have a friend who worked for the Kochs. Who is of German descent, and he had personal meetings and time with Charles. And in that respect, Charles Koch, in that respect, he could relate to him as a businessman, but he absolutely understands the danger that he poses to our democracy writ large. And this, and we have to eat. I mean, and we know that you cannot, like, at this point, probably all of us have some Coke product in our house, something because their industry goes across everything. And we cannot fix all of these things with the stroke of a pen or the wave of a wand or instantaneously. And so we have to make the nuances. But of course, I'm someone who follows dark money and I like to understand and know it. So I appreciate that. So thank you. We're going to move next to Carmen and then start our wrap up. Did we lose Carmen? She must have dropped. Okay. Well, we're going to start our wrap up and we will start with Danny, then Mark, and Soul Sister.
Okay, everyone, can you hear me? I have my earpiece in, so if I start cutting in and out, please let me know and I'll
Oh
be
no,
right
you're
back.
beautiful. The sound is beautiful.
Okay, what a wonderful space. And no, I didn't speak that much, but I didn't need to because the conversation just flowed. It just kind of ebbed and flowed to different topics, different parts of the world, different concerns. Um, I love engaging conversation. I learned a lot listening to Near. I love the clarification in surrounding the word genocide. I think I too, like Nikki, might have used that term to describe what was happening in the Middle East. So I am appreciative that, and especially the way that he explained it. It wasn't condescending, it wasn't belittling, it was just simply direct and informative. And I think that's the best part of having a space like this is that we all are getting to learn from each other. I would say the majority, if not all of us, are all on the same page, and we all have different views. We are different parts of the world, um, culturally. We all speak some kind of different language as well. So to hear what's happening on the ground, to hear a little bit more background on Bibi, again, geopolitics, the Middle East, Israel, Palestine, the Hamas. I am not as familiar with that part of the region, so this was a great space to just sit, listen, and learn. I think that it would be beneficial to the American people if we had journalists have these conversations. I mean, it would be easy to have a panel where people can just talk and you're not trying to persuade anyone, you're not giving opinion, but you are literally just speaking truth. And you allow the person who is listening, you allow your audience to decide which side they want to be on. I really wish this is how media would conduct conversations and news reporting. It's often skewed and it's often um, influenced by their opinion. And um, I think that's harmful and it lacks context. One of the biggest things I think that happened this weekend, and I think it was Soul Sister about 2 weeks ago, she was giving props to Kristen Welker on Meet the Press. And I saw that. I saw her tweet and I was like, okay. And, and we acknowledged that she did a good job, and I don't know if we cursed her. I don't know if that was going to be the end of it. But like the last 2 weeks, she did a full 180, complete reverse. She just, what was it, last week and yesterday? She was trending on Twitter, and it wasn't for a good reason. And it was because she was trying to put Mitch Landrieu in a gotcha situation. Her problem wasn't her reporting. Her problem was how she asked the question. The problem was with the question, and he rightfully called her out on it. in real time to her face, and he refused to allow her to continue her line of questioning without pushing back and without correcting the record. And we saw that in here. And again, it wasn't combative, it was just direct, it was honest, and it explained and it provided context. And unfortunately for Kristen, she got dragged last week for that question that she asked. And it's beneficial and it shows, it's a great example of why we all need to understand there are individuals who just want to be on TV, and then there are individuals who know their shit. And so if you have someone who knows their stuff, then they won't allow that question to stand the way that it did. And kudos to Mitch Landrew. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing his last name correctly, for pushing back on that. And then yesterday, she did it again, and I saw her trending. I did not watch Meet the Press yesterday. I'll go back later tonight and watch it. But from what I've heard, from what I've seen on my timeline, she did it again. And my only excuse I have, or rationale that I did have about supporting her, was I remember Tim Russert, I remember Luke Russert, I remember David Gregory, and then I remembered Chuck Todd. I remember Katie Tur. When Chuck Todd is not there, she would guest co-host. And I figure if I can give Chuck Todd and Katie Tur um, an opportunity to still watch the show, give them a chance, to kind of build their audience, get better at news reporting, I could at least give Kristen Welker that same opportunity. I mean, I still watch Meet the Press even after Chuck Todd said Hillary Clinton was overprepared. Um, I still watched Meet the Press when Katie Tur said she couldn't bring herself to vote for Hillary Clinton in 2016. So I was willing to give Kristen Welker the opportunity as well, if I was going to give those people the same amount of tries. It looks like she's failing. And I really wish somebody, a friend who she can trust, could lean in on her. And this is how you're doing it wrong. It's not the American people that are just deliberately looking or trying to be a bully towards you, but we understand what good journalism is, and what you're providing is not that. And this democracy is too important. I think what Near said and the space today was really important, is that we have accurate reporting, because good reporting, fact based reporting, um, it stands up in 20 years. It holds its foundation 20 or 30 and 40 years later. A lot of what we're seeing is not going to stand up in 10 years because it's bias. It's really just opinion pieces masquerading as news reporting. It doesn't require much to give an opinion. Everybody, a fool has an opinion. Donald Trump has an opinion, but they can't report on the news, to dig through the facts, to investigate, to ask the hard questions, knowing you're probably going to get pushback, knowing when you do get a BS answer, and to push back even on that. There's not enough journalists who do that, and that's a problem, because in the time that we are in, we're going to have to look back in 20, 30 years, and we're going to have to look at the journalists that we had. And wherever we are, they are a contributing factor in that. And that can be really dangerous if too many of the American people are listening to a Tucker Carlson as he interviews Vladimir Putin. I believe it was Christiane Amanpour, who is a legend, especially when it comes to international news, foreign relations. Um, Even she has not been willing to concede some of the things that Vladimir Putin wants in order for her to get that interview with him. So I don't even know what Tucker Carlson was willing to do to get that interview. We've seen that he was a punching bag for Putin. We've seen he was willing to be the butt of the joke, and he was not prepared. He did not meet the moment.
Putin
And
said
that
it
is
was a
dangerous.
disappointment.
And the biggest problem is there will be generations that will only see Tucker Carlson and that Putin interview. And then they'll disregard what Hillary Clinton had to say about him. They'll disregard what Joe Biden has had to say about him and what Barack Obama had to say about him. They'll have the news that they want to support their theories, their beliefs, and how they think we should operate on the world stage. And that is dangerous because those people still vote and they will vote for people that can also harm Americans domestically. To just get into Fannie Willis, I'm not even going to say anything about her. I think she handled herself well. I think that there were too many people that wanted her to be respectful, that wanted her to be a little bit, to tone it down, is what I kept saying on the timeline. You don't get to tell her to do that. She's had security issues. She has had to move. You don't get to tell someone who's been threatened how they get to respond. It just doesn't work that way. Um, and to have her character, I mean, everybody was going after her. Even on the timeline as she is testifying, and you can see it building up in her. And I am no way comparing myself to Fannie Willis, but I do understand when you know you did your job and someone still questions you and you're trying to hold yourself together. And when I saw her do that, that's what I felt like she was doing. And I think majority of black women at one point, even minorities have all felt this, do not give them the satisfaction to have them see you cry. For me it was just get to the elevator, get to the car, then you can do whatever you need to do. But while I'm in front of you, oh, we gonna fight, we gonna argue. I'm gonna I'm gonna match your energy. And I think she was in the right to do that. I think what was also highlighted was after her testimony, they brought her father out, which was even worse. It's like, come on. But also the panel that we had to now digest and discuss what was said, and to Katie Tur, to Andrea Mitchell, to the rest of them, they do not meet the moment. I'm sorry, they don't have the range. They they're not prepared for this moment. And it kind of goes back to reporting in 20 or 30 years what it's going to look like when we look back at this moment. Katie Tur pissed everybody off asking that question, is it too far with Trump? And those two women, they had to hold it together and just answer the question and be professional. But once again, she is what I wouldn't give for a Dan Rather, what I wouldn't give for a Tom Brokaw. Give me Soledad O'Brien. Let her take over Meet the Press. Give me Gwen Eiffel. Give me Sherilyn Eiffel. Either I know Gwen is, gone. Um, but it really is sad that this is the standard of journalism. This is the standard of news reporting. This is the standard of breaking news. This is the standard for analyzing world events as they're happening. And we have too many that I guess are afraid. I don't even understand what the reasoning is. But it really is sad. And it does make me nervous because it's not just other branches of government that needs to keep a balance on the other parts of government. It's also journalism. You're supposed to call balls and strikes no matter what.
That's why they're in the
And we don't
Constitution.
get that. Exactly. And we do not get that. It is often skewed. And it's not to say any of the journalists that I named were perfect, but it's to say that you could trust their reporting. It stood the test of time. You can go back and look at it. And if in the event that they were wrong, they came out and they said they were wrong. There was a level of accountability that we're not seeing. And that's the part that makes me nervous because you can put out a story about Joe Biden's age, make you everybody think it's about Joe Biden's age when we all know it's about VP Harris. You're gaslighting us and you think that we won't call you out and we won't see it for what it is. And with the reporting saying, well, it's based on a poll. What would news reporting look like if you didn't have access to polls? Then what would you do? How would your news reporting change? And I'm trying to think, and I know if Geechee's still up here because I know he's a numbers guy. I'm trying to remember what it was like in the 90s and in the early 2000s. I don't remember reporting based solely on polling. It was something that you used, but you just didn't rely heavily on it. I don't understand. I really don't understand. And I'm going to keep coming back to that, but it's unfortunate. And last but not least, what I'll say when it comes to polling, I listen and I follow Cornell Bletcher. He is not a journalist. He will tell you he's not a journalist, but he's often on MSNBC and on our timeline because he was a pollster. And yes, I did believe he worked under the Biden administration or the campaign when he was running. And he is often the person that I go to when I hear about polls. I don't really care for him, but he will call out the BS when it comes to polls because he used to do it. And he will definitely go after other journalists. And I think that he might need a bigger platform because what we're seeing is detrimental. And I can't trust the news reporting. I don't trust the polls. And then when you have someone get turned off that way, then they don't always go to the booth to make the right decision or the best decision for themselves. So I would hope that, as the weeks and the months go by, that we're able to kind of cancel and block out the noise. They're clearly not going to stop. Obviously, we're going to have to push back when we can, but I don't know if we need to also change the 24-hour news cycle that we have on cable news. They have to fill up with some kind of thing, and this is this is the model now. And so maybe we all just need to turn it off. Thank you so much for letting me guest co-host. I was trying to get everything in, and I wanted everybody to speak because I knew I would have a time to speak later. But what a really great and engaging, enlightening conversation today. So, sister, again, I'm sending you love, light, strength, and love. Hoping everything is okay with you. And thank you for allowing me to speak, Miss D. We can do it again sometime.
Absolutely. We love you. The community loves your voice, your insight. So we are blessed today that you were able to hang with us the entire time. Mark, unfortunately, just before his closing statement, he had to go. And I understand that, it's been a long day. But I just want to thank you both so very much for, coming at the last minute, doing a fantastic job. And Mark was able to give us the legal updates that he always does and answer questions. And I just can't tell you all how grateful I am and how blessed I feel that we all are by having these voices in the community. And today we had a lot of other voices who were able to contribute some very wonderful insights. Certainly today, Nair was one of those. And I just want to thank you. So I will give my standing co-host who was able to join us later, and I'm so glad that she was. I know she's juggling a lot, and just sending her lots of loving vibes. And thank her for being here in the midst of I know what she is dealing with. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to share some closing thoughts with us before we go.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Miss D. And thank you, Danny and Mark, for being the co-host today. It was amazing. The space was amazing from everything that I was able to listen to, and just some really important and essential information was not only given, but points were made, and dialogue was had, and nuance was given. And I really, I want to touch on nuance for a second. Um, I really wasn't on this app very much yesterday, and I really haven't been on today too much. But yesterday, I noticed a tweet, and then I noticed a lot of people attacking the person who had tweeted this statement, and so I responded because I wanted to better understand as well. What are you really trying to say here? What's really happening? And it turned out that the nuance of her tweet was being taken the wrong way. And she should have worded it better, but you know how we do. It's Twitter. We're very quick. We're in a rush. It's hasty. We want to get it done. We want to be the first one to say something witty or whatever have you, or make our point and move on to the very next tweet. And had people had the same exchange that I had, they would have seen that Uh, in no way was this poster saying that Rashida Tlaib was correct in any way, or that she supported her, even. As a matter of fact, this was a strong Democratic activist here in Michigan, and an opportunity to build a bridge, as it was a white woman who are essential voters to making sure that they stay pro Biden Harris 2024. Okay. So I think that what we have to do sometimes is ask questions, or not be so quick to make these judgments, or attack responses until we get the full story. Then, of course, go in. Hey, I'm not trying to police your timeline. I'm trying to say that sometimes we alienate people who are really on our side. I won't call everyone allies, but I will say that we all need to be in a coalition. And when I say we all, I mean Democrats, because I really, truly understand what LMZ was saying about the danger to this year's election is more so our own party and party members than the opposition. Geechee has just laid it out in numbers in case that's how you digest things. We can't afford to lose any, which is what angers me so very much about what is happening here in Michigan. And I'm not trying to make it all about Michigan, but that's where I am and I see it and it troubles me. So even though I was already going to be active, I'm going to be even more active to try and see what I can do, what more I can do. But really, honestly, that is going to have to come from in that part of the constituency, in that part of the electoral vote. That is going to have to come from the leadership within that community, because it is an insular community. While I may be friends with many, I do not speak for them. I speak with them, and then they speak back. So it is important for us to be urging those who have elected positions to be more clear. As I think it was 2K was saying, you need to be, speak to me like I'm a 5-year old. Explain it. Lay it out for me. Exactly what you mean. I mean, it is that serious at this point, because I want you on record as saying these are the demands. This is what would change the course. And I'm using that term on purpose as well, because we've all seen the tweets, we've all seen the interviews, we've all seen the news articles from the Dearborn mayor, who continues to use the phrase change the course. I'm working, or I'm speaking with the Biden administration, or I would like to speak with the Biden administration to change the course. What does that course look like? Because it has to be realistic, but we've already talked about that. I want to also say that Rashida Tlaib realizes she has a big platform. That's the reason why she was not primaried to begin with. She understands the power that she holds in that demographic, in that geographic location. Okay, she's very aware of it. Nobody needs to come and tap her and explain it to her. She knows. She is drunk on power, if you want to know my opinion, right now. And right now, it seems to be working for her, because she is also using this opportunity to make sure she gets reelected, because that is powerful to her. That means something to her. Her war chest is astronomical. We all know that, or many know in this space, that there were articles that came out that said Hill Harper, who is running against Elisa Slotkin, was approached to, primary her. Now, he made the wise decision not to, because that is a hold that she has on that demographic, that geographical location that is unmatched. And I don't think he could have taken anything from her. And that is the reason. That is not just the reason, but I think that played into his reasoning for not doing something as underhanded as what he was being offered at that moment. Um, it the average person um, doesn't understand enough about what is the allocation of funds. And I don't want to say that that's a civics fail, because I believe that that's even past what civics would teach. That would be like the second course of physics. That would be like civics 2.0. Okay. We're already struggling with a demographic that doesn't understand civics in general. So you start giving them a lot. And I'm not saying people are stupid. I'm saying they don't want to take the time, or they don't have the time to better understand, or either they've already got biases in their ideology that is going to counter anything you have to say to them. So we do actually this time have to work 4 times harder. We normally have to work 2 times, but this time we'll be working 4 times harder. You know, there is a need when you're in college, when you're on these campuses and you're looking for something to believe in, or something to make you into the person that you think you want to be later in life, that urges you to join a cause. And, just about every generation allows you to have an opportunity for that. And that is what this conflict has given this era of college students, right, wrong, or indifferent. It has given them a sense of purpose, this desire to be a part of something bigger, to make a change or to affect change. And so we have to also remember that that's playing a very big role, because one thing about psyops is that they know and understand which part of our weaknesses to target and how to target them. You know, not enough credence was given to the alarms that should have been raised from the Tea Party, which is now MAGA. But in between there, we're not talking about the fact of Q. And people have dismissed Q as some kind of hokey, crazy, cultish thing. And it is those things. But what they're not giving credence to is the fact that it was able to infect so many different areas. It affected fitness, it affected health, it affected childcare, it affected education, it affected obviously politics, it affected religion, faith. In all of these different areas. And I'm going to tell you how I know that. I know that because my nephew was online and starting to have these conversations, and I had to kind of pull him to the side and say, baby, mm, auntie, tell you something right here. That is Q. He had no idea. And you could see his timeline filtered. Nothing but criticisms against Q. Had not even known he was being seduced in that moment, because that is what they did. There was even this walk away campaign. My sister called me and was like, what is this walk away campaign? A lot of her uh, friends from work were talking about it all of a sudden. People don't realize how easy it is to get caught up. You might not even realize that you are playing your role in this thing if you're not aware of where it's coming from. And the only reason why I knew where it was coming from is because that was what I did. I watched these trends professionally to better understand it, so that we at the UAW would better understand how to communicate. So the same way they were trying to look for ways to communicate to our membership, I was looking for ways on how to counter those arguments. So that's what my job was at that moment. In regards to this war again, or this conflict, I don't know if to call it a war or a conflict. It's not our war, but we are very much invested in it, and it is definitely a conflict. The visuals are also playing a huge role in how people are disseminating the information, because and it works. See, and they, you know how I know it works, and you know how they know it works, because it works for our benefit when they started showing the dogs and the hoses and the beatings that were taking place during the civil rights. But then it also worked during Vietnam, and it turned a nation against the very people who were protecting our own freedoms. And I will never forgive this country for what they did to those people, for what they did to our veterans, for how they were treated when they came home. I will never forgive them for that. And no, I'm not that old, but I am old enough that I understand it, okay? And so we have to understand that these same tactics will also often be used in the same manner, and they're not always for our own benefit. I'm so grateful to Neer for coming in today and for speaking so passionately, not just about his experiences, but also about the use of the word genocide. I feel sickened when I hear people use it in a way that it's not that these are not tragedies, but it is not the same as what we have seen. And it is not the same as what we know historically being named as genocide. This is war. And it is ugly, and it is nasty, and it is dirty, and it is tragic, and it is painful, but it is we've got to be careful. We have got to be careful about how we term things and the words we use. And I appreciate you, Near, for so many other reasons, but definitely for your bravery and your optimism and your ability to often and constantly speak of love in the face of everything that you are standing up against and that you are dealing with in the moment, in the presence of danger. And I want everyone to understand, let's be clear, that what is happening and what Rashida Tlaib is doing, what her sister is doing, and what other representatives are doing currently, it is a direct assault on who they term as the establishment Dems. So, see, the same way the Republican Party had the Tea Party, this is our Tea Party. They may not have a name right now. They may not have anything other than, oh, the squad, but it goes beyond that group that was initially termed what it was termed. This is an assault. They want the pain to come. It's not because they don't care. It's because once they have destabilized the quote establishment Democratic Party, they believe that they will then be the reigning kings and queens of the party and taking over. And then they can assert themselves, and they do not care about what happens in the process, which makes them selfish. Now, there is not an opportunity this year to primary Rashida Tlaib, and there may not be an opportunity the next go round to primary her. But what we have to do is we have to make sure that we elect enough sound minded Democrats into office at all levels that it delineates the crazy. Okay? It's really important. It's really vital. I don't know how we gain back these voters. I don't know how many conversations can be had. I'm going to tell you this right now. The UAW said, yes, we believe in ceasefire because they believe in peace, and that is something that the UAW has always stood for. But the UAW has also stood and continues to stand directly in support with the Biden Harris administration. So they have endorsed him, and they will do everything to get out the vote for Biden Harris, but that doesn't mean that they're going to leave behind a Rashida Tlaib because many members live in her district and will vote for her. I'm asking each one of you today to not be quick to dismiss because, as Geechee has pointed out, we cannot afford to lose a single person, a single demographic. We have to get out more people to vote. There is a huge hole in our electoral power by the apathetic sit at home and complain, or sit at home and just live and try to suffer through it voter. And those voters count. That's called math. I appreciate this space each and every Monday. I am so glad that I had an opportunity to be able to come in and listen. It has been amazing, as always. Um, if there were Twitter awards, D, I would nominate you 20 times every single day. I'm not kidding you. Danny, I could listen to you all day. Mark, your legal expertise is, the way you can break it down is very good. It's a necessary thing for me. I try not to ever bother you because I know that eventually I'm gonna catch you in the space and I'm gonna hear what I needed to find out. But Gitchy, as always, I mean, I remember when you were targeted for speaking your truth and speaking the truth. And so, like a good reporter, like a good journalist, let alone researcher and whatever it is that your title is in real life, when you are wrong, you will come back and say, you know what? I was wrong, but you were right. And I was happy to be there to see it. LMZ, your words. Bestie, girl, thank you. So many people in this space have given so much great information. And Malarkey, Snowden, I've heard you all. 2K, Mickey, so many I've heard today. And then one of the last speakers who came up and said, "What does war give them? It's not. It's profit. It's profit." It gives people an opportunity not just to have their businesses, benefit from the war, but also gives them an opportunity to do shady business as well. So it's more than just about the power. It's also about the greed. And the greed doesn't necessarily mean that they want more power in the say. They just want more money than they necessarily could even spend. There's so many different avenues that we spoke on today in this space, and it has been rewarding to be a part of it as it is every single Monday. And I just want to thank you all for allowing me to be a part of it. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Ms. D, and I'm sorry for going on so long.
Well, we missed your voice, and it is perfectly fine. All wonderful insights that you shared with us. So I am, like I said, grateful that you had a little time to come in. Um, and share and speak with us. I feel very fortunate to have you as my standing co-host. I am very grateful to all the many voices. Many of their names have been called out. I'm likely to forget someone, but just know that I appreciate you all. You mean so much. You add so much to this space. And even when you're not able to come in and speak, I know you listen. You sit down there. It means a lot to me to see you there in the gallery listening. And some of you, I get notes in my DMs from people who they're not even able to come and sit and listen, but they go back, and that is why I always record them. They will tell me, I can't wait to listen to this week's recording, and they pass it on. And it means so much to me that people are getting good information from this space, and inspired by the space. It inspires me to continue to try to deliver every week to you. This is just one of the many things that I do as my part in democracy, and I'm glad that people find it useful. And I could not do it alone. I could not do it without my fabulous standing co-host, Soul Sister, and those who are very quick to jump in and say, "Yes, I'll help you." Danny, Mark, speakers who come in to share in a specific topic when I have asked to prepare something and come to share that with the audience here. I am grateful for you guys today and every day. And again, like I said, it's very selfish that I have it on Monday. It is so that I get a good start to my week. It brings sanity to me. There's good information, but it helps ground me going forward. And I hope that it does that for many of you. I know we started the space out talking about President Carter because it is President's Day and a few other things, but we covered a lot of topics and we're not always able to, we've been here 5 hours already, guys. I can't believe it. We just can't cover everything, but we do cover a lot in depth with nuance, and I appreciate all of you for helping to make that happen. One of the things that we really didn't get too much opportunity to, and it's okay because we'll be here next week. It is still Black History Month, and President's Day happens in Black History Month. I did, while I'm speaking, I would encourage you guys to grab the things out of the nest that I put up there, some great articles. I did a post about, I told you I would be sharing local history. There's an article about Free Hill, which is here in Tennessee. It's a community, a very old African American community established before the Civil War in 1816. And it was established by a planter, a North Carolina planter's daughter, who bought it. Then she sold it and freed the slaves, and they were called Hills. And that community still exists today, but like many of these older communities, is starting to dwindle for many reasons. But please look at that thread that I did. It was ravaged by many things, not the least of which, the latest was, yes, the crack epidemic hit that community as well. And it's in the Appalachia part of Tennessee. But our history and our roots are very deep here. And in saying that, I hope that you will join us next week because I have a great treat for you next week. We are going to have a guest, a featured guest speaker who is local here and will be sharing some great history of our state, and I think probably other African American history because he is a professor, a doctorate of Africana Studies. He teaches at the historic TSU University here, professor of African American and Public History. He also has a local project here, North Nashville Heritage Project Coordinator. And this delves into the rich African American history in one of our communities, which is in that northern part of the city, which is where Tennessee State, Fisk University, Meharry College are located. And his name is Dr. Larota Williams James. So he will be our guest featured guests next week. So I'll be kind of promoting some things about him. I hope that you join us. I hope you follow him. I will be posting about him. So I'm very much looking forward to that. And one of the things that I did share in the nest as well was something that I found, which was African American women inventors. And I watched this video. It's not very long, but I would encourage you to do so as well. And I was just in awe when I watched it and learned, because I told you I'm also going to be focusing a lot on women, Black women. They list 10 African American female inventors. I want to record their name here in the space and just tell you a little bit about them. Patricia Bath, Marie Van Britten Brown, Miriam Benjamin, Sarah Good, Marjorie Joyner, Judy Reed, Sarah Boone, Ellen Elgelin, Linda Newman, and Ellis Parker. And then I'll just highlight a few things about some of them. Patricia Bath held the first medical patent. Yes, for me, as someone who has worn glasses since I was 9 years old, she invented one of the machines, I can't think of the name of it, that is used in optometry today. Um, Marie Van Britten Brown invented the first home security system, okay, that has evolved in over time, but using cameras and all sorts of things. Marion Benjamin invented the signal chair. And if you don't know what that is, what you see today in on airplanes is a iteration of that, where you have a button that you can press on the chair to send a light. And initially, I think she wanted to have it in theaters, and it was intended at the time when it was invented in the 1800s, 1888, in big restaurants and environments. It was designed so that it would make it easier for waiters and people to get their attention, so people wouldn't have to yell and those types of things. Just in awe. Sarah Good was the first African American woman to hold a patent, and that was for the folding chair, and then an early version of the Murphy bed. And like most inventions, they are born out of necessity. Let's see, Miss Reed invented the dough kneader, and Sarah Boone invented the ironing board, and Ellen Elgelin invented the clothes wringer. So please take a few moments. It's not a very long video, but I think you will be inspired. I know that I was, and this is the greatness that we hold in our history. And I just wanted to make sure that I mention that. And then to what Soul Sister was saying when she talked about these. And I've said, many of you who have listened to me in spaces said that these, whatever you want to call them, the DSA, the Justice Democrat, or whatever, it is, I see the signs, the same signs of extremism that we saw with the Tea Party. And they started out just being a very small minority, but very vocal and loud. They started getting funding from some deep pocket donors, and one of them, of course, the Kochs, which actually helped them to gain um, federal power. And they've just continued to grow, and now they are a soar in the congressional um, system that we have. They are there as obstructionists. And that is why I fight and speak so strongly about the same type of formation on the left. Because, the performative politics, all of these things there's just such similarities. And then when, say they're talking about the establishment, well, that's disturbing to me because, they want to call them that or whatever. But, we have this thing called Project 2025, which is designed to destroy the establishment, but they actually call it the deep state. So we need to just continue paying attention, being vigilant, and continuing to make noise and good trouble, as I know that you all do. And I think that I kind of covered everything. I hope you've had an opportunity to grab the articles in the nest. And as always, I will leave you with the closing quote of the late great Representative John Lewis, which keeps me inspired, because there is a lot going on. Sometimes it gets overwhelming, even a bit depressing, and it can make you feel kind of hopeless, which is why I continue to read this quote, because it spoke to me at a time. I saw it immediately when he tweeted it in June of 2018 because of all the things that were going on, and it's still relevant today. And that is, do not get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful, be optimistic. Our struggle is not the struggle of a day, a week, a month, or a year. It is the struggle of a lifetime. Never ever be afraid to make some noise and get in good trouble, necessary trouble. So I appreciate all of you guys joining us today in Advocacy Arena, making noise, getting in good trouble, and encourage you to continue your good trouble making activities when you leave here throughout the week, on your timeline, in real life. And I will see you all back here next week, the same time, where we will be featuring Dr. Larota Williams for some rich history about Tennessee and Nashville in particularly, which is very rich in history. And, of course, again, one of the reasons that I love Representative John Lewis so much is because he was so active here in this city, in our community, with his civil rights activity. So, with that, I just want to leave you all with peace and blessings for a great rest of the day, a wonderful week ahead, and just caution you to unplug if you need to, and take a break and just remember what's at stake, and remind everyone else that you encounter who doesn't seem to get it what's at stake, because our democracy is hanging on by a thread, and they have scissors circling, blades just circling around those threads, nipping at them every day. And a democracy once lost, I mean, Nair can tell you, like they kind of lost theirs when they elected a criminal. We don't want to make the same, repeat that same story here. And that is one of the reasons why I am such a history nerd, is because we can learn from it. We should learn from it so that we don't repeat it. So just want to leave you guys with that wonderful reminder. And again, thank all of my lovely speakers, my co-host today, and all of you fabulous listeners down there who join us and who support our efforts every week. Have a great week. Peace and blessings. See you back here next week.